Hello. The things you people make me do, the things I am made to do that I do completely willingly because I want to. Hang on, let me change my sprite to a drawing one, and we can get to story time. There we go. Saw you a few hours ago. Yeah. Sorry, I just started crazy. It's okay. They're asleep. With freezes. It's 4 a.m. for me too, buddy. I don't know what to tell you. The people demand it. The people demand it. Come in, get your watch streak, and leave if you must. I the poor people trying to maintain a watch streak who are not Sisyphus and Mouse Viewer. It is incredible how easy it is. I mean, what the fuck else am I doing? Wait, what else am I doing? For the past like 2 hours, I've been meaning to make a pizza. Do you mind if I just like start preheating my oven? Do you mind? I really want food. Okay, cool. You guys can probably hear me from my kitchen, right? I don't know if you can. I also can't read what chat says, so I can't see if you can or cannot. But I have to preheat this to 400. Okay, awesome. Bake 400. Awesome. Okay. Noise canceling is not on my headphones, so for when my machine beeps, my oven beeps will be good. I'm glad you can hear me in the kitchen for when I eventually go in there and put my pizza in the oven. Thank you, Carlton, for the 3 stream streak. That's impressive for like watching me. Okay. I have nothing in particular that I have planned to draw, so I'll probably just maybe I can draw Vanir's designs throughout his timeline. Though I suppose if I'm going to be telling the story. Hi VOD Watchers, actually. If you do not know what this stream is, uh I essentially I was bringing up my old D&D campaign in the Discord, and I was mentioning my first character in that campaign, who's goes by many names, but was mostly known by Adrius by the general party upon his creation. Uh, and there was a running gag that Adrius was a lich, and I posted a message basically being like, "Wow, it's kind of crazy that everyone being so suspicious of Adrian led to Vanir's creation." And people wanted me to elaborate, and so I will. The chain of events that led to the stream is very silly. That's what you're missing out on by not joining my Discord server, where you can just make me go live with a little goading for most of the time. It is not that hard to make me go live. I feel like my mic keeps like getting really close to hitting where my limiter is. I wonder. I mean, does it sound okay, or are we good? That was asking the same question twice. Does it sound okay, or do I need to fix that? Wait, Lurf, elaborate on that. It's a long story. Tell it on stream. In fact, go live right now. Bet. Try keeping a veneer of not being a lich, so instead you made veneer? Exactly. Congrats on the 45, mouse viewer. Okay. Let's see if I can remember how to draw veneer. I think, not veneer, sorry, Adrius, the original. I think to give you like a good idea of this story from my point of view, I should tell you about my good son Adrius, who was based off of Itsuki Koizumi from Haruhi Suzumiya. So that's how you know that he was a very trustworthy individual. Yeah. I invented a boy um based off of Koizumi, and he was an excellent boy. I quite liked him. Actually, what am I doing with his eyes open? Get those the fuck out of here. Adrius would never. Adrius keeps those peepers closed 98% of the time. So I have my son Adrius, and he is a Twilight cleric, who worshipped Ogma, god of knowledge, who is neutral. Um, that's like more like Vanir hair. Adrius, Adrius had like a bit of like a straighter hair thing going on. This is shitty drawing of Adrius. I need to start over. Anyway, Adrius was a Twilight cleric of Ogma. Um, and he grew up in this place called Athara, which by the way, none of this is canon to Vanir lore. This is just like where the stuff originated from. Vanir lore is entirely original now. It's not based on D&D. Twilight, you're evil. Yeah, yeah. You should rewatch Haruhi. It's good. So he grew up in this place called Athara, which was an authoritarian dictatorship um, that was also very based around religion. The main god there was Lathander, who is the god of light, and while Ogma worship was permitted in the capital for a time, it was like not the main thing. You know, like Lathander above all was kind of the vibe. Anyway, he was part of a government approved church that was focused on worshiping Ogma and Mistra, and wanted to like work on like making like like magical innovations for the kingdom and stuff. His dads, he had multiple dads, were big figures in there. And at some point during the church's lifespan, one of Athara's like higher ups essentially decided, no, this is blasphemous against Lathander, basically, and decided to do an execution of pretty much every church member live. So like, everyone you fucking knew died, including his parents. He managed to escape, and he laid on the low for a while. One thing to know about Adrius, whose original name was Lin, is that he was a changeling. Um, so typically viewed as sneaky and untrustworthy, and he was. Though he didn't really start out that way. Um, he had a persona that he used for a while, named Claire, who was this Asimar woman that he used to kind of blend in and be in hiding for a while, before eventually he ran into some survivors of his church, who ended up forming a cult slash terrorist organization, so that they could eventually end up getting their revenge and overthrowing the Atharan government. It was great. It was great. So he ended up in the position of their second in command, and eventually infiltrated the Atharan capital again, and created a ruse as a chef, in hopes of eventually getting into the main castle and becoming a chef there, in order to carry out an assassination plan It ended up not working very well, so they decided to pivot to something else, which led to him joining the party, and getting involved in schemes. So, as you can see, while likely morally corrupt, he has reasons. You know, he was a lawful evil kind of character, is what I would say. I think he was justified. Uh, so that's Adrius's backstory. Just so you're aware what we're doing when we're going into this, because it is essential to understand him, to understand how we get from point A to point B. Now, as for the lich gag, I'll bring that up now. Originally, I did not intend for Adrius slash Lin to have any um any at all aspirations of lichdom. I didn't even think about it. But then, you know, being like the typically smiley guy who is a little suspiciously supportive of authority, naturally the party started going, this guy's kind of suspicious. He might be evil. What if he's a lich? And that was like a common joke, and I decided to take that and run with it because I was like, oh, you know, he does want to like overthrow the government and maybe like take over the government, and I think immortality and power would fit into his MO. And my oven just beeped, so I'm gonna go to the kitchen. So that's Adrius. We also have other party members. There are some who are important and some who are less important. I will only be talking about the important ones for this tale. Hang on, I'm opening my pizza. It's a little hard to make a pizza and talk about a story. I'm gonna be honest. I need to cook this for like 19 and a half. Oh my god, the oven's hot. No shit, I heated it. Okay. Timer. Hang on. Awesome. Okay. I'm coming back now. All right. So, um, major player one. We have um. I'm gonna draw like little like shitty doodles of them from my memory. So we have Hugo, who that's not his real name, but we'll get there later. We have Hugo Bellerose. He has like a scar up here. And he was French, so that's how you know that he's the villain of my history. Um, like genuinely, like this is gonna be our problem guy. Okay, keep an eye on Hugo. This is kind of like how his hair was. Yeah, the scar up here, and he's constantly angry. He's edgy. He was our rogue. Um, and we believed him to be human at the start. I'm gonna like give him like the squinty eyes. Um, Next up we have Rowan, who was our our non-binary monk who was stupid. I say that with love. They had like tattoos like this, and like one across like the face. Um, and we also believed them to be human at first. That you're gonna see that's like a running theme with this party, that we believed them to be something that they weren't. So this is our monk. I guess I'll draw like a fist for monk. That's a fist. No, actually, they used a bow staff. So here's their staff. Actually, there we go. Um, who else was important? Um, yeah, at this point in time, I mean, There was Soul who was also non-binary. And we believed that they were a half elf at first, but you'll like learn about that later. And they had like issues. Anyway, it's something like that. Shorter hair. And they were our druids. So I'm just gonna like put like a bunny next to them. This is one of the best characters, by the way. Soul is peak. I should write their names. Hugo, Rowan, Soul. Nobody knows anything about anyone in this party. What the hell? We'll get there. We'll fucking get there. And then I guess well, okay, well, there's one more. We have Yara. Yara, who is also the best character. She was a lesbian. Protector Asimar. And I love her with my whole heart. One of the only people, only one of the character of one of the main people I still stay in contact with from these days. Shout out to my bestie Emily for making Yara the goat. Yara, the love of my life. She was our barbarian. I'm gonna draw a fist for barbarian, actually. There we go. We fucking love Yara. Yara was awesome. Yara could kick my ass any day. Let me give her little eyelashes because she's cute. Okay. And then to fill out the party, this one, he's not important. But I also keep in contact with this player. We also had Solstice, who was our Tabaxi bard, and he was silly. I'm not putting effort into drawing, but like he was cool. I liked him. He wasn't around for long. But yeah, he was really floofy. Okay, there we go. That's Solstice. Having a soul and a solstice did not get confusing. And he like played like a lute or something, so like you can have this. There we go. Okay, so this is the party. I don't know why I drew like Solstice so big when he's like one of the least important parts of this story. Shout out to John, I guess. He can go in the corner because like he's just like a special mention. These are the main players that are going to be important. I'm gonna size them by importance actually to the story. So Yara's pretty fucking important. She can be like this big. A little smaller. Soul is less important to the drama, so Soul can stay that size. And Rowan's pretty damn important. Rowan could be like this big, like Yara sized. And then Hugo gets to be, hang on. Hugo gets to be this big. This is how important Hugo is to the drama that unfolds. And I do mean out of character drama as well as in character drama. I will be referring to the players by like, oh, Hugo's player, Rowan's player, Soul's player, etc. And the DM as a DM instead of by names, because I won't call anyone out. But also, like, if you're watching this, you know who you are. And also, how did you find my Twitch channel? Like, that kind of, I don't know. I don't want you here. Can you leave? And his drama was this big. I can't do the fucking robotic voice from the fandubs, but you understand the intent. So, we're gonna do a little relationship chart here. So, all right, let's do a relationship chart. I'm gonna explain the relationships here. So, Rowan and Adrius had a connected backstory. Essentially, Adrius ran a little restaurant Rowan was this fucking feral creature, undernourished, was eating out of his garbage, and he was like, "Well, I'm not. He's not evil. He's a nice guy. He believes himself to be a nice guy, you know, like the best kind of like villainous characters do. He thinks he's a good boy. So he brought Rowan in, gave them a job, gave them free food and lodging, and paid for their top surgery." Keep in mind all of the good that Adrius does for Rowan. This will make me mad later. And in return, Rowan was like a loyal dog to Adrius, and eventually became his bodyguard when they started traveling and went to go meet the party together. They met at a tavern, as you do. Typical D&D shit. It was great. I will also say as a fun fact about Adrius, I originally intended him to be like as like put together as Koizumi. Like I was gonna really like try to like one for one kind of capture that personality. However, I had like first day jitters, like new character jitters, so he ended up being like, what if Koizumi had anxiety and was pretending he was anxious and a little guy. So that's your energy for Adrius. Koizumi, but what if he was anxious? What if he was just a little itty bitty guy and he was like, oh, I don't know, you know? Also, Adrius pretended to be very law-abiding because he didn't want the police after him. And that eventually made everyone suspicious of him because they're like, why do you like cops so much? And he's like, I don't want to talk about it. The government's great, actually, he says, lying through his teeth with his, like, +6 deception, which is pretty big for lower levels. Anyway, relationship to Solstice was nothing. Solstice is not important to the story. I'm sorry, Solstice. Relationship to Sol, we'll get into later. But it started off as distrusting, but Sol distrusted everyone. Because Sol had trauma. That we'll get into. Yara was chill. Yara, and Adrius ended up getting way closer, way faster than Adrius even was with Rowan. Yara at some point becomes Adrian's best fucking friend and confidant because Yara treats him like a human being. Remember this. Yara treats Adrius like he's a fucking person, and Adrius really appreciates that. Hugo and Adrius did not get along at the start, and they never did. Well, they kind of did, but we'll get into that. That's part of the fucking drama. We'll get into that. However, they started off really kind of butting heads. Hugo hated him. Adrian found him like a mildly annoying nuisance, but also found him kind of amusing. These two were some of the greatest foils I have ever seen in D&D ever. To the point where, if this was a show and it was being broadcast, people would toxic yaoi ship them like there was no tomorrow. They'd be like, these fuckers need to kiss. These fuckers need to bone right now. We made jokes about it. We knew. I know Hugo's player didn't ship them. I thought they would make a compelling couple. However, Hugo's player was more intent on Hugo being a gay man who fetishized tieflings instead of anything. So that's his story. Hugo's more than that. I'm not gonna be meaner than I have to be, but I am also a little bitter. A what? A gay man who fetishizes tieflings. Hugo was explicitly gay. But he was like he only showed interest in men that were tieflings, and it started like becoming a thing where I would look at it and I'd be like, is he like fetishizing a race? Like, is he only attracted to like this specific fantasy race? It was, I don't know, it was weird. It like rubbed me the wrong way. I was like, why is it only tieflings that Hugo ever shows any interest in or sleeping in? Like, I get tieflings are hot, but like in universe, that was a weird behavior. Like, I don't know. But anyway, that's why Hugo would never be into Adrius, because Adrius was not a tiefling, even though he could be one, because he was a changeling. But they don't know that. They don't know that. So, essentially, what happens is, upon first meeting, we take down a dragon cult and we find a dragon skeleton. And dragons are extinct in this universe. There's no dragons. Or well, less that they're extinct and more that like people don't believe they exist. Dragons are fantasy in this universe. So we find a real dragon skeleton and we're like, oh my god, what if dragons did exist? And we go on a quest about it. And on the way to the quest, we end up stopping in a small town to do some research, and we get to a place that is the headquarters for Adrius's cult / terrorist organization, right? And that is a place that Adrius does not want the group being because that's where his cult is, and he doesn't need them to know that he's like part of a cult organization. As I'm explaining this, I'm gonna draw Adrius's base form, I think, real quick, because I think that's gonna be important soon. Actually, rather than making this smaller, I'm gonna make the canvas bigger. This is gonna be like a whole collage. That's what's gonna happen. We're gonna double it. There we go. Whoa, the red background. After the fight. There we go. So anyway, Adrius does not want these people finding out about his little cult situation. However, Yara does hear about like the location, and so they go to stake out the location, which is not good for Adrius. And we're playing this game online, so I'm able to like sneakily like message the DM and be like, "Hey, DM, can like Adrius like go in there in his base form while like we're all split up dealing with the cults thing and like staking it out and like stop Soul our druid from like transforming and going invisible and infiltrating our cult and finding out our secrets?" And he was like, "Absolutely, yeah." And so they met someone who the group identified as only creepy cult guy, and that was Lin, who is Adrius's base form. I don't like this pen size for drawing Lin. It's not working. So they met creepy cult guy, and I managed to successfully stop them from learning anything about my cult. However, we have creepy cult guy in our mind now. We're gonna keep this in mind because the fact that they know of Lin's existence is crucial. Is crucial to future development. So we head out of there after that incident, and we end up on our way out of Athar. We end up passing through Rowan's hometown. It's a place called Lyra, and it is there we learn that Lyra is full of werewolves, and it is being overrun by this like evil pack leader. And well, lo and behold, this has something to do with Rowan's tragic backstory. Believe it or not. And got distracted for a second too. Back to crucial for future development. I think that's fine. It's okay. I'll bring it up. I'm gonna be bringing it up again in a moment. I'm drawing Adrius's base form right now. So while we're in there, Adrius, aka Lin, is getting a little tired of the party. He needs a break. He's autistic. He needs to unmask for a bit. Lin is the reason I realized I was autistic, by the way. Fun fact. So he's out in the world, taking a walk, unmasking, and he didn't know that at that time Rowan was also out taking a walk. And he didn't see Rowan, but Rowan saw him. So Rowan got back to the inn that we were staying at. Everyone's like, "Oh, you know, Adrius is in his room." And Rowan's like, "Great, because I have something to tell you that I can't tell Adrius because Adrius is a law-abiding citizen and would turn me into the police for this. However, I am a werewolf, and this place is really fucking dangerous because the person who turned me into a werewolf tour, he wants to fuck me up. So we should probably get out of here." And as they're like, you know, saying this all, like, my boy gets back, and like sneaks back into his room or whatever. And everyone's like, what the fuck do we tell Adrius? Like, what the fuck do we do? And Rowan's like, I saw creepy cult guy, aka um Adrius's base form, sneaking around out there, just like existing. And so they're like, great, we'll use that as an excuse, you know? Um, and so they go to Adrius, and also during this conversation, they realized that the inn was fucking full. And so like a bunch of people left the inn after Rowan admitted that they were a werewolf, which means that like, oh shit, we actually do need to go right now because they're gonna fucking find out. Like they're gonna tell the cops and it's gonna be fucking Jover. So they go to Adrius's room and they're like, Adrius, the creepy cult guy's around. We gotta go. Because he's after us. And Adrius is sitting here like, I wasn't doing jack shit that was menacing. I was taking a walk. Like, I don't understand what all this panic is for, and they're clearly like not telling me something, but like, sure, whatever. I go along with it. And we have this great moment of like getting in a cart together, and Adrius is like, y'all are freaking out for no reason. And then I notice like the guards are following us, and they're like, just keep going. And I'm like, okay, like if you say so, but like is something wrong? Like it feels like something is wrong right now. And they're like, nah, like don't worry about it. And Rowan's lycanthropy is stress based. And so Rowan makes a wisdom check, fails, transforms into a werewolf in the back of the car, and they're like, oh my god, Adrius is gonna report us to the fucking police right now if we don't do anything. So everyone pulls out their weapons and points them at Adrius, and they're like, fucking drive. You drive right now. You don't fucking turn around. You don't stop for anything. We'll fucking kill you. And Adrius is like, okay. And like, he's like going, like full throttle. And you know, like, I like make a joke about like, you know, I like tell the party, like, yeah, you can see him like trembling a little bit. And they're like, yeah, we spooked him good. And I'm sitting here like, yeah, he's trembling because he's like trying not to fucking laugh at this absurd ass situation that you put him in. Like you dumbasses. He's not gonna turn you into the cops, even though you think that he will. My pizza has beeped. That means that my pizza is cooked. So Adrius is like, you know, thinking, oh my god, I saddle myself in with a bunch of fucking dumbasses. They're so stupid. I could maybe use this as blackmail material. Who knows? I'm not thinking that far ahead yet. But like, whatever they're thinking, we're all against the law together, even if they don't know that I'm against the law. And I intend to keep it that way. It's kind of his thought process. And so we drive the fuck out of Lyra. Oh my god, that fucking hot ass oven. Come on, pizza. Let's fuck. Hang on. I'm not gonna burn myself. Pizza on the cutting board. Let me get my let me get my pizza cutter. Okay, hang on. Slice that shit up. Adrius would not be happy with me making frozen pizza. He would think I should make it from scratch. Because he's pretentious like that. And a foodie. Guy who became a chef for the sake of infiltration, who actually got really interested in the culinary arts. I love that for him. He's so autistic. Fuck. Okay. Pizza cut. Grabbing a plate. Pizza on the plate. Oh shit, this is hot. Yeah, it's like no shit, dumbass. It's right out of the oven. I hear the chat yell at me probably. I know you were thinking that, Sisyphus. I know you were. But I should turn the oven off before I leave the kitchen. That's a good idea. I don't want to burn down my apartment. I'm also going to pour myself a cup of juice. Great. Juice acquired. Pizza acquired. Juice back in the fridge. Returning. On my way. Still on my way. Alright, I'm back. As Spider also heating pizza? Fuck yeah! Pizza time! Alright. Okay. My blankie. Back on. After simp well. The Simps pronouns are kind of peak comedy, I can't lie. Okay. Drawing tablet back on my lap. So we're running out of Lyra. And on the way out, our wonderful DM is like, what if we put Rowan's BBEG like right here and give us an impossible boss fight? So that happens. And we fight Tor, who wipes the fucking floor with us. We're just trying to stay alive. He's out here toying with us. It's rough out here for us. Like we would have died if he wasn't just fucking around, you know? Like that's kind of like the energy we were dealing with. So Tor fucks us up so bad. We're trying to stay alive. And an important crucial detail to how this all unfolds is that we forgot the rule for changelings. At this point of the campaign, we were under the impression that when you got knocked unconscious, you de-transformed, rather than the actual rule, which is if you die, you de-transform. And that's going to be important. Foreshadowing is a literary device. So we're all fighting. We're doing our damnedest to stay alive. This is a terrible Lin. What am I doing? We're doing our damnedest to stay alive. It is rough. It is really, really rough. Forgot the rule? We forgot the rule for changelings. We were under the impression that it was if you got knocked unconscious that you would transform to your original form, when in truth it is when you die, you transform back to your original form. And that's crucial to how this interaction goes down. So we're fighting, and in an act of desperation, Hugo, right here, this guy, transforms into his fallen Aasimar form. He reveals to us he's a fallen Aasimar out of desperation in order to help us in the fight. So here's like the session breakdown. This is over the course of 2 sessions. First session, we find out Rowan, werewolf. Important thing. Second session, we find out Hugo, fallen Aasimar. All right. And Yara also transforms, but we already knew she was an Aasimar, a Protector 1. So we knew this already, but she also transformed to help out because she's the goat. Solstice was also there. And then I'm fighting to stay alive as hard as I can. It was over the course of like 80 sessions where I pieced it together, mouse viewer. As in, like, it became such a consistent pattern. You pronounce Aasimar. Aasimar? I always pronounce it Aasimar. It's the angel like esque race in D&D. So fallen Aasimar is kind of like a fallen angel, like you're like the dark, edgy, evil angel that like can't fly, and like you have like a shroud of darkness around you, you know. And then Yara's like the normal kind. So we have 2 reveals so far. I'm fighting to stay alive. You know, I'm the cleric. I'm like keeping myself up. I'm trying to keep everyone else up. My skills are set. I have like unleashed every ability that I was holding back thus far. And unfortunately, someone goes down. But it's not Adrius. It's Soul. Soul goes down, and we find out that Soul is a changeling. So Soul is a changeling. Okay? So we find out Soul is a changeling. And Solstice, no one believes Solstice is hiding anything from anyone. That's just a guy who had very bad sex with a woman at some point. He's our bard. He's a tabaxi. Like no one is suspicious of Solstice. He's cool. He's exactly what he says on the tin. So in the course of 2 sessions, we get Rowan as a werewolf, Hugh as a fallen Aasimar, and Soul's a changeling. And at the end of this battle, after Torres has been done playing with us and like goes on his merry way, we're like recovering in the cart, and Solstice, the bard, this is the most crucial thing he does. The only crucial thing he does in the story of this drama. He asks a single question. So, Adrius, you don't have any, like, identities or secrets that you're hiding from us, do you? He asks that question. And Adrius goes, no, of course not. And the entire table goes, insight check. And so I roll my deception in secret. And everyone rolls higher than me. And I go, you guys get the feeling that Adrius may not be being honest with you right now. And everyone starts pushing him on it. They're like, are you sure? Because we were pretty sure you're hiding something from us. Like, I don't know if you feels like you're hiding a secret, Adrius. And Adrius is like, okay, they know I'm hiding something. They fucking know. Fucking deception master for what? My deception was so high and it never worked where it mattered. Let me tell you that. It never worked where it mattered. Also, even though Soul was unconscious, Soul does have like a plus fucking 8 to insight. Soul was crazy at reading people. Adrius was like the most fail boy evil twink I've ever played in my life. It was really funny. So Adrius, he's sitting here and he's like, they know that I'm hiding a secret. And I am. And it's gonna come out sooner or later. And also, I'm fucking tired. I just spent like, we spent like a 4-hour session fighting this werewolf, man. Okay, this was like an arduous combat. It was a test of wills. So Adrius, after a long fucking day, existing in the rain, fighting in the rain, dealing with these people's fucking bullshit and stupid assery, running from the cops, fighting a werewolf that we should have been fighting at level 16. He's like, yeah, maybe I do. Perhaps I do. And he's like, this is a chance to win trust. You know, like I can use these people to my advantage. They're all stupid as hell. Adrius was the smartest person in this group, by the way. We did a thing where we switched my casting stat from wisdom to intelligence as a knowledge cleric. So I had a 5, I had a 20 in intelligence. No one else in here was stupid. The maximum intelligence of this group was +2. I think like maybe Yara or maybe Solstice or something. Like everyone else here like had a +1 or +0 int at max. And so he's like, you know, I can use these people, these stupid individuals. I can use them because he's still in his like evil conniving phase, where he doesn't think he's evil, but you know, like greater good. You know, like it's for the greater good. Like all the atrocities he commits because he's seeking a good end for his butchered friends and family. 200 people murdered, by the way. He's trying to get revenge for against a dictatorship that everyone in this group hates. Everyone hates the Atharan government. Keep that in mind. Everyone hates Athara. Everyone. Adrius pretended to like Athara, and that's why everyone got suspicious of him. Okay? So he admits he's a changeling. So now we know. Now we know that he's a changeling. But he doesn't show his form right away because we end session. And I'm sitting here going, these motherfuckers are gonna peer pressure my poor innocent boy into showing his form. But he can't do that because his form is evil church guy who they've seen. They've seen this man. And they know that he's up to bullshit in the cult zone. You know? And so I come up with a genius idea. I message my dungeon master between sessions. And I go, you know, what they would never suspect. They would never suspect a changeling that have a changeling persona. Persona drop. Let's go. The cinema. The cinema. Thank you, drawing playlist. So I spend the week concocting a spur of the moment persona that Adrius is about to craft right now in order to bamboozle his party and get them off the trail of the fact that he is evil church guy. He's like, I need to create a character that will appeal to a group of dumbasses. I need to do this, and I need to do it so well that they will never suspect that my true form could be anything other than this creature. And so we come to the inception of the persona that Adrius fucking hates and wishes he never made. His name is Beck, and I love Beck. So Beck is his new changeling persona that he debuts to the group. But before that, as he's like working to concoct Beck, and what works as inspiration is during the night of everyone recovering, Adrius is driving and Yara is keeping watch, and they have like a kind of heart to heart, and Lin actually feels pretty comfortable confiding in her, and so he admits the church stuff. Not that he's like in the cult, but like he like mentions what happened with like the slaughter of like his friends and family, you know. And he's like, there's this group I'm not really involved in, but it was the one that you ran into, that I know about them, and I don't think you should get involved with them because, you know, it's bad news. And Yara's like, okay, noted. Like you're like an ex-member, and he's like, yeah, like totally. But like we kind of like we get like a fragment of truth there. That's like it forms the bond, because Yara was also being very honest about her backstory and like her wife and her family, and so they had like a very sweet bonding moment that I love for them. And it's there that he makes up his fake name for Yara. He names himself Beck, and it's like the next day that he unveils like the most like NB like persona that he possibly could. Beck, my beloved. So he portrayed himself as I'm a theater kid. Actually, my personas are like characters to me, and so Adrius was simply like a role that I was like method acting in. You get it? Like that was kind of like his thing, and everyone was like, okay, that's like fascinating. That's like a fascinating idea. And he was like, oh, thank fucking God they bought it. Like, oh my God. And Soul is kind of like, wow, I've never met another changeling before. His identity is you? Yeah. So Soul's like really interested in this, and like Soul like views like each of the personas as part of themselves. So like they found like this like other view of like changeling personas kind of like interesting, I suppose. And Soul started warming up to Adrius, and we ended up leaving the country. So we leave the country, and on the boat trip out of the country, we run into some weird supernatural shit, but like the plot of the actual campaign is not very important to the plot of the drama. I will also take note that I made a special, like all of his personas had this little like crescent moon ahoge. But Beck didn't, and that was like a little important signifier to me. Like they all had like crescent moon like bits in their hair, like with like this strand here, this like little bit here, or like, you know, like the swoop up here, you know. Beck didn't. Beck was very round. Beck was a little guy. But anyway, we ran into some new supernatural shit, and Adrius, this is important actually. I can't believe I forgot about this. Adrius has a journal. He has a journal that he writes in. That's part of his worship. Eating pizza. Everyone's boba, but you were kiki? Yeah, other way around, but yeah. You get it. So he writes, he has a journal where that he writes everything that, he learns in, as part of his worship to Ogma. He's like, oh, dear Ogma, today I learned, like he's Twilight Sparkle, you know? But he tried to keep things vague as to not trace things back to himself. Like, he omitted names and locations and whatnot. But he would keep Ogma up to date. And Ogma never responded. Like, Ogma is known to be a god who doesn't really respond to things. But one day Ogma did, when we were on our way out of the country after we got off this, like, spooky Eldritch Horror, dream that we all had together. And so, very excitedly, my boy's like, holy shit, Ogma spoke to me. Ogma has opinions about what I do. It's awesome. And no one fucking trusts this. I was like, he never spoke to you before? This is suspicious. Why is he speaking to you now? What if your god is evil? And you're just like, that's fucking stupid, that's Ogma. God of knowledge. And the important question is asked to Adrius at this early stage of the campaign, where they're like, if it was a choice between what Ogma told you to do and what we said, who would you listen to? And Adrius goes, well, duh, like, obviously my god, Ogma, like, he's the god of knowledge. Like, if he's telling me to do something that goes against what you guys are doing, I'm pretty sure he knows better, because he's the god of knowledge, and he knows everything. And nobody liked that. Nobody liked that. It was a big thumbs down from everyone. Nobody liked that. But that's an important. Keep that nugget in your mind for later, because it's important to how things go down. So when we get to our new location, Solstice the unimportant leaves the party and is replaced by Vulcan the very important. The player switched characters. So we have Vulcan. He's a kobold. He's got like an eye patch, and like horns. So we have Vulcan now, and he's a little asshole, but he's the only person in the group as smart as Vanir is. Why? Because he is an artificer. So we have a rival. Yeah, it's Joe joined. He is red. So Joe joined the campaign, but if Joe was an artificer. And his name is Vulcan. And we stand Vulcan here. We love Vulcan here. Shout out to John. I'm only naming my friends who watch stream and also are still my friends. Shout out to John. So Vulcan's very important to what happens here. Remember Vulcan. He's like Hugo big. That's how important this is. And Vulcan never responded to Adrius' letter. So, I'm gonna give you guys some fun little knowledge. Actually, I'm gonna tell you what happens when you get to shore first. After Vulcan leaves, Adrius, he, his left hand, like, around, like, up from, like, a little bit, like, around the wrist area. His hand. Is this the left hand? No, it's the other one. His left hand. This one. It starts decomposing. Like this. His left hand, decomposed. He has a rotted left hand now. And his magic changed from, like, you know, fun and, like, sparkly to, evil darkness. So that happened when we left the country. And you might be wondering, what the fuck caused that? What triggered that? So as you know, there was that lich bit that was going on. And I didn't know this at the time, though I had a theory. But, after I told the DM, hey, it would be kind of fun or funny to pursue that lich thing, he took my journal. He took my beautiful little journal, and he made it into the Book of Vecna. He made it into the Vecna tome. The Vecna's tome? You know the Vecna tome? If you don't know anything about Vecna, Vecna is, like, the Lich of D&D, and he has a book. And if you write in the book, you can talk to Vecna, and he can capture, he can like read all your stuff. He can give you information. And so, I didn't know this, but at that time, Vecna had killed Ogma. Ogma had been dead for a while, and Vecna had taken his place. And it fit very conveniently within my Dungeon Master's lore that I wanted to become a Lich. And so I was on my way to Lichdom. Because Vecna, my buddy, he was helping me out. But I thought he was Ogma. I thought he was Ogma. I was so convinced that he was a good guy. It was peak. It was cinema. So, I have my evil book and my evil arm and my evil magic, and I'm like, Ogma is of neutral morality, though. Ogma is true neutral. So therefore, he's not evil, and therefore, I'm not evil. Evil? That couldn't be me. Vecna, God of Secrets, yoinking Ogma makes sense to you, plotting your DM. Yeah. Well, we like kind of like on the hand waves of my DM because his plot made no sense. I'm not gonna lie. Some of his decisions are a little bit, but that specifically, that was fire. That was fucking awesome. That was really good. That was a really good way to like take what I wanted to do and like incorporate it into his existing lore as well as like what was going on in the campaign. Adrius wanted to be a big shot. And around this time, everyone's looking at Adrius, and no longer in-game, no longer out of game, but also in-game, they're kind of like, Adrius, you're like actually suspicious. like we trust you, like you've been keeping us alive, like when we were in the flesh cave, you're the only reason we made it out alive, Adrius, we understand. However, we think your god might be evil. And Adrius is like, no, my god could never be evil, that's Ogma. You don't know what you're talking about. Ogma's helping me get stronger. Ogma's helping me get better. Ogma is like my best friend. I love Ogma. I've worshipped him since I was a little child. So like, why are you calling my god evil? My well-known god evil? It's kind of fucked up with you. And Vulcan was the head of the Ogma's evil thing. Vulcan was like really locked in on that. Vulcan was like, nah, something ain't right here. Something ain't right with Ogma, something ain't right with you, Adrius. And I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. So Vulcan, he's in the background, becoming our detective. Alright? Keep this in, he's our detective now. Ogma's literally so smart, you're all not, you're just jealous. That was literally what he was thinking. It was literally his mindset. So, as this is going on, Rowan, right here, gets a crush on Beck. This specific persona. Rowan gets a crush on Beck. Alright, does this player perhaps enjoy Warhammer 40k? I can ask. I could ask John. John is definitely not awake though, because John's in the fucking server. John's in the Discord. He lurks in there. Yeah. John is in the Discord. Hang on, take you a bite of my pizza. Isn't it funny that we're an hour in and I'm still explaining the context for the out-of-character drama? So, also, just as an aside, not important to what we're getting onto now, but just like a note, at this time, I've been noticing that Hugo's player, yes, we are talking about Lur's D&D horrors. Anyway, I've noticed around this time that Hugo's player, while I played with him in another campaign previous, something's going on this campaign where he's like really not a fan of rolling bad. And whenever he rolled bad, especially in combat, he would make it everyone else's problem, where he would like go on the mic and go like, ugh, like, fuck me, I guess, or like, you know, like, whatever, it's not like I made my character be good at this anyway. Like a lot of self-deprecating like stuff that like really brought down the mood, like just like really hated things and not going his way. And part of that is a consequence of Hugo being a character that he took like 2 years prior to make instead of making him for the campaign. So like when that happens, I often find that players get a super huge attachment to how they want their character to be and how like specifically they want them to function and how specifically they want their character development to happen. And so Hugo could not really get proper character development because Hugo's player had a very big, like very specific idea of how that was meant to happen. And so nothing was allowed to really develop naturally. And that became a problem. But as for now, Rowan gets a crush on Beck. And this comes out during a game of Zone of Truth or Dare, in which I use the power of Umineko to get around telling something actually true. Which is very fun. One of my favorite things is when like Adrius would talk about Beck not being a person because he did not consider Beck part of like his like collective like identities, and everyone thought, no, Beck, you're a person, you're like real to us, like your personas are more real than you are, even if that's what you think. Who the fuck was Rowan again? I was like, Rowan, not the warrior cats. The werewolf monk. Rowan Claw is crazy. No way. Tawny Pelt's husband. Yeah, them. So, what didn't come out in Zone of Truth or Dare, but was something that I knew that they didn't know. Adrius may have been pansexual and fucked, but he was aromantic. Something that he would get villainized for later. Rowan was asexual, but like I think like maybe biromantic or something. So they're fundamentally incompatible. Fundamentally incompatible. But let it be known, Adrius is also autistic. And so he's like, well, you know, I have been enjoying Rowan's company, and Rowan is very useful to me. Rowan is like really loyal to me and like a good friend, but more importantly, a good dog. And Rowan's been helping me out. And so in the Zone of Truth, he says, well, if I were to date anyone in this group, it would be you. And so we take that as confirmation. Feelings are a go. Except not really. But anyway, that something starts here. Meanwhile, Adrius and Yara continue to have a good friendship, even though things are a little tense due to the evil book situation. Everyone's a little tense because of the evil book situation. But Yara's just like worried about her friend, you know? And Sol and Yara are very supportive of this new romantic endeavor, and they're like, oh my gosh, we have to get you ready. You get to go on dates and stuff. It'll be great. And he's like, yay, I definitely want to do that. They hate his smart boy swag. They do. They do. And then Hugo doesn't care to get involved in it. And neither does Vulcan. Vulcan's like, okay, whatever. Well, Vulcan didn't get involved in much social stuff, but that's mostly because, John at the time didn't have the ability to invest in the campaign as much as he wanted to. So that's why Solstice switched out, because Solstice was very charisma based. So he made Vulcan as someone who would really only be present during sessions and not during off time RP, which we did often, which is we would fill in blanks of like travel or like long rests and stuff, or short rests. And we go back in our Discord server and we would like do like short little like simple RPs between our characters, like little interactions. That was big popular within our group. Everyone did it except for Vulcan, but Vulcan didn't mind. Like John specifically made Vulcan so he wouldn't be participating in that. Yeah, exactly. So, um, we we have Rowan and Adrius go on one date. However, before this, and a little bit before the crush situation, I forgot to mention, that Adrius and Rowan have a conversation in private in which, Adrius also reveals to Rowan what he revealed to Yara, that he was quote unquote like an ex-member of that cult that they ran into. And he, like Rowan asks about creepy church guy, and Adrius is like, "Oh yeah, that's Lin. He's the super scary and super like powerful second in command. And you should not go near him for any reason. Don't he will kick your ass. So don't even talk to him, please. Please don't go near him. If you ever see him, just don't interact with him." And Rowan was like, "Noted." And then Rowan brings up the idea of starting a fucking revolution against Athara. Like, what? Excuse me. And like, even brings up the idea of throwing Yara under the bus and like using her as a scapegoat, and like basically like sacrificing her to so they could like take over Athara. And Adrian's like, "Well, I don't know about that. Like, that's not how I would go about it. But like, I like the way you think, but I wouldn't do that to Yara because Yara is my good friend." Anyway, keep in mind that Rowan said this. I have the DMs to prove it. Fuck, I can pull up the dialogue right now because this was an off timer, Pete. Let me find that shit. I mean, I don't have to like send screenshots because it'll dox the Rowan's player, but I can definitely find it. None here. Aha! It's in here. Let's see. Yara. Okay. So we have a proper interaction here. Are you ready for a live reading? Actually, I'll do voices. It'll be great. It's story time. So I'm gonna Rowan is going to be my deeper voice, while Adrian is the lighter and airy voice. Okay, or Adrius, my bad, not Adrian. That's Miraculous Ladybug. I'm gonna. I don't know if Umineko music is the right mood for this. No, neither is Mzaki. I'm sorry to say it. Let's just go for Lo-Fi Driftveil City. All right. So, the group's getting along great. Couldn't be better. First person Rowan, second person Adrius. All right. If I could be blunt about my thoughts on everyone, go right ahead. Yara's the only one I trust. Besides you, of course. She knows what she wants and knows how to further that goal without making it an issue for the party. Vulcan I'm unsure about, and Hugo and Sol are too. They wave their hand. But I want to keep them around because they would make good cannon fodder. Too harsh? Just out the gate with this interaction. Yeah, I want to keep everyone else around because they make good cannon fodder. Like, are you fucking kidding me? It's fucking crazy. I tell that voice was supposed to be your Koizumi. Like, yeah, it's the voice I use for Koizumi in our Haruhi reading series, which I'll continue one day. Adrius kind of looks at Rowan for a moment, shocked, before he starts chuckling. You know, I always pegged you as a different kind of person, but it seems we were each hiding our true identities on multiple levels. He brushes a hand back through his hair. I have some different opinions. Note how he doesn't elaborate on his opinions. This is important about him. Bro's like, I'm not gonna tell you what my opinions are, but I do have different ones. The most gentle, I disagree, ever. Rowan, I think you're crazy for saying that. I try to be nice. I just don't see that being my path. I know what I want and what I'm good at. What you guys have been seeing of me isn't a lie or a mask. There's just simply more to me than anyone's been willing to see. And like Tor and Hugo rip others down for the sake of themselves, and they do it in a mad scramble for power they do not possess. Rowan frowns. I wasn't lying. I don't like hurting people. But sometimes you must to keep them from hurting others. I find it easier to lock away Rowan and just be weapon or animal. It makes achieving what I must easier. People fucking big shot in the background. We're dramatic right now. This is too chill. Man. Why is it so hard to get some good fucking music? Vriska's theme works. This fits. People like that don't deserve the power they're given. In Hugo's case, where he speaks with no filter and doesn't care if he hurts your feelings, I find my lack of respect for him makes me value his opinions far less. And if I don't value his opinions, I don't see why they should hurt me. I don't think anyone should enjoy harming others. Hurting people isn't fun. It isn't good, but sometimes it is necessary. Precisely. I don't wish to oppose on your plan, but on the topic of necessary, Yara said she is willing to help sneak Garum shifters into Athara. So Garum shifters in Garum is another a country. Anyway, I'm gonna skim to the bit. Right. Oh yeah, Adrius had confided in a plan to overthrow Athara that Rowan agreed with. Rowan agreed with this. This is very important. Anyway, any help could prove useful. I have plans of my own and my own allies as well. Though, while Yara is willing to help you take Tor down, I doubt she would be so willing to shake the foundation of Athara itself. Doesn't have to be aware of the big picture, just the small one, which is Tor. Rowan promotes lying to Yara. Let's see. Where is it? Oh shit, was it somewhere else? Anyway, I think that gives like a good enough picture of what they were doing. You know, like the fact that Rowan said that everyone was cannon fodder is enough. Man, she was crazy. I can't believe Rowan actually like agreed to that shit. More London Streets 3. Noted. I will add that into music playlist right now. Not orchestra. Okay, I think this is it. Adding in boss for art streams. And since I'm done with a little story time, I can play for now. Hey, someone has to feed the cannons, and I don't think we've checked out enough for being able to really being willing to provide that sustenance. I'm sorry, but Adrius was the one feeding the cannons. He was the group chef. He cooked all of their meals. So, who was really providing the sustenance? All right. So, is the cannons what the party marshal called their arms? No. If only. So. That was what the dynamic between Adrius and Rowan was at the time. Like, Rowan was getting a little evil. I cannot lie. Which is understandable, because at this point in time, Adrius was still evil, even though he didn't think he was evil. But he had evil thoughts in his head. Like these are the thoughts in his head, they're evil. I will never deny the fact that Adrius was evil and manipulative, okay? Yeah, mark that down. So he's having evil thoughts. Among the evil book drama as well, people started getting really fixated on the fact that he had a secret fourth persona. He had a fourth one. And this is his trauma persona, Claire, which was not an Umineko reference. I made this character before Umineko. But anyway, Claire was kind of like his depression persona. He didn't want to like really show her to people because it was indicative of him kind of really going through it. And so she wasn't for their eyes. She was personal. And sorry, before I read Umineko, my bad. She was personal. She was not for them. And that's important because it starts a trend of people really like disregarding his thoughts in personal feelings for like the sake of like, you know, like trying to force him to do things to make the group trust him, even though he was literally their cleric and he kept them alive at every turn and cooked all their meals for them and never poisoned them, you know? Not to say that he was necessarily an actual trustworthy person and they were wrong not to trust him, but you know, he's bitter. So, you know, he didn't want to show her off to people. And, while he eventually did transform into this persona during the course of the actual campaign, he never let anyone, see her, which was important to me personally. I love her. My darling. High sonic music. Wave Ocean really is like a song to play right now. Anyway, my beautiful daughter Claire. Drawing all these from memories. These are not entirely accurate to how they were. Anyway, the secret fourth persona that no one got to see because he didn't fucking want anyone to see her. Like that's basically being like, hey, tell me about the most traumatic thing that ever happened to you, Adrius. And Adrius is like, I don't want to. And then like they're like, oh, so you can't be trusted? Oh, so you're evil? You're hiding evil things from us? Your god is evil? Like that was like the fucking like that was what it was like from his point of view. The fourth persona hidden somewhere within this campaign. Watch out for her. I do have a funny meme about that. So. Actually, at the time, it was actually the hidden third persona because they didn't know that Lin was a persona. So she was like the third one, the secret third one. With them thinking Beck was the original and Adrius was like the second. Hang on one second, I'm sweating. I need to take off my sweater. I'm getting like so into the story, man. So, no way. Rowan and Adrius go on one date. And it's kind of cute, a little awkward, but that's the extent of their relationship. They only went on one date, okay? One of them. They had one date. They were romantically in proximity of each other one time. Take note. And immediately after that time, like after we go to bed that night, Soul gets kidnapped. Okay, we're getting to the really juicy bit. Soul is kidnapped by a group that has been trying to hunt down and take Yara, but Yara's our barbarian, so if they try to like grab her, like they're gonna get their asses kicked. By TTRPG rules, that basically makes them married. Rowan's player sure thought so. We'll get there. So, Yara Soul's kidnapped because their player was gonna be gone for like a few weeks, so the DM was like, okay, let's like make a plot around like getting them back so that when they return, like, you know, like they wouldn't have really missed anything because the entire plot was that they were gone. So Soul gets kidnapped, and it's essentially the group that's been after Yara is like, we can't grab her because she would kick our asses because she is so fucking buff. Like, this is what her muscles look like. It's crazy. And they're basically blackmailing us and being like, we will exchange Soul here for Yara. Give us Yara. And so we go on a mission to go rescue Soul. And we hire some mercenary who will die in our rescue plan, but it was part of the plan. We planned out his death. Poor guy. But as we're going in there and we're making our plan, Adrius has a not evil thought. He has a good thought. A thought that I would call selfless. Because Yara is his good personal friend. I timed that well. So Adrius has his first ever selfless thought, which is, I don't want to hand Yara over to these people because Yara's my good personal friend and I care about her, actually. Right? And this causes a conflict in his head. And for those of you who don't know, the way I view the D&D alignment scale, this is very important for how I characterize my characters. You have, you know, good, neutral, and then evil, right? And, you know, like lawful, neutral, and like chaotic. And I view, like, not caring about these side ones right now. I view good as altruism. Like your motivations are outside of yourself. You are trying to do good for other people, and you are like genuinely trying to help other people. You care about things outside of yourself and your own personal goals, right? Like it is being selfless. And I view evil as selfishness. Because it doesn't matter how, like, whether your like end goals turn to good, like overthrowing an evil dictatorship can be seen as a good action, but if you're doing it for morally bad reasons, then you're probably lawful evil because you're being selfish about it. You're doing it for your personal revenge, not because it's for the good of the people. And so, in having an altruistic, selfless thought, I start to be like, Adrius, are you like going from like here to like here right now? Like, are we like kind of like doing like a little scoot over? Now it's not certain. Like he's on the border, like he's on the line. But this is character development. Important. Character development. Do you guys know what this means? This means his character developed. Okay? Keep this in mind. Unlike a certain other person who we'll get to. So Adrius' character just developed. And they're allowed to do that. And he comes up with an idea where he's like, if we hand Yara over to the Sun Hunters, that's what they're called, then they're gonna have our strongest fucking person, because she's our barbarian with her plus, like, whatever strength, and she's our strongest member of the party who does, like, the most fucking damage. Like, she is our, like, she's our goat, okay? We can't do shit without Yara. Yara could take on a T-Rex on her own, and she did. So, sorry. This is a drill tool I'm thinking of. The wise man bowed his head solemnly and spoke. There's actually zero difference between good and bad things, you imbecile, you fucking worm. That's how I feel about Adrius. That's how I feel about him. Yeah. They're gonna have our strongest person if we hand Yara over. And he's like, if we're going to, like, you know, hand someone over and then ambush to rescue both of the people, wouldn't it be better to hand over not Yara? Our other changeling is captured, but we have a changeling right here. And, you know, Adrius is like, I don't usually transform into other people. I don't usually, like, play the characters of other people. I don't know if I'm very good at pretending to be people, like, other, like, real people rather than characters. You know, I'm an actor, I'm not an impersonator kind of idea. But he didn't want Yara to get hurt. And so he devised that plan of pretending to be Yara, transforming into Yara in order to fool them and possibly getting himself, like, really hurt in the process, if not even, like, fucking killed. You know? Because from our scouting, we also found out that they had these magic cuffs that prevented transformation. So once they were on, you would not be able to change your form. And we were able to tell that, like, if a changeling was transformed in them, they wouldn't revert back to their original form. They would just be stuck in the form that they were stuck in. So he would be stuck as Yara, essentially, until they got those off of him. So he, in all his wisdom, asked the evil book about it. And I have his evil book. I can read this. I'm gonna open up my Google Drive. Where's the journal? Journal entries. So many pages. Like 45 pages in here. Awesome song. I doubt it. Yeah, very mood congruent. Okay. Ba 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 ba. So, Adrius says, I feel like I have to wait until the song is over. I feel like I can't explain, like, the fucking drama of all of this with this song in the background. Dude, I'm a little obsessed with this song, I can't lie. Thank you, Sisyphus, for showing it to me. And so he's telling me to go for it. True. True. So Adrius goes, Dear Ogma, we are hoping to save Sol and get out of all of this get us all out of this unscathed. Could you give me some wisdom on how to proceed with this? I am worried it will not end well for us. And he signs it best regards Lin, because ever since quote-unquote Ogma started messaging in his book has been unable to even be touched by other people. Like, if someone picks up his book, they get, like, this overwhelming feeling of dread, and they have to make a wisdom save or else they drop it. And they have to keep making wisdom saves, like, every minute. So, that partly, like, that may have contributed to the fact that they thought it was an evil book. But Lin was like, this is the flawless security system. There's also, like, he's the only one able to read the text as well. It is invisible now. So he started feeling comfortable, like, speaking to Ogma, quote-unquote, as himself. AKA speaking to Vecna as himself. He no longer felt the need to obscure anything. Because he felt safe. He was like, my god has blessed my journal so that no one will be able to see what the content. So I'm safe to put, like, more sensitive information here. And Ogma responded, keep yourself safe. You are above this. Let them do the work. And Adrius heard this, and he went, that makes me feel sad. That made him feel sad. He did not like that. This was Adrius at that moment. He was like, oh no. But I like my good friend Yara. I don't want anything bad to happen to her. So he was feeling a little sad about that. And he confided in Hugo. He went to Hugo and he went, hey, so I'm feeling a little nervous right now. I'm feeling a little conflicted. And Hugo's like, oh, what? Because you're a shitty actor? Like, lol. And Adrian's like, well, no. Like, fuck you. But, he tells Hugo. He goes, my god, Ogma, he told me not to do this. He said to keep myself safe, but I don't know if I want to do that because my good close personal friend Yara is in danger, and I really like Yara, and I think this is the plan that is optimal for keeping her safe, and also like, you know, getting both her and Soul out of this, as well as the rest of you out of this, even if I might not make it out of it okay. And he was like, just betray your god, dumbass. Just like, don't listen to him. Like, who made him the boss of you? Like, stupid ass. And Adrius is like, well, yeah, I could disobey him, but and here's the thing. No one knows that Adrius's arm is rotting. You think he's been walking around with a rotting hand this whole time? No, you stupid. He wears a glove. He's wearing a glove. He's wearing gloves now. He changed his wardrobe. He got gloves on. And so he confides. He confides in Hugo, and he reveals a secret of, hey, my god did this to my hand. It's rotting. It is gross. I mean, like, it's fine. I don't need to eat or sleep or breathe anymore. But now that this has happened, if I disobey Ogma, this is a part of my body I don't have control over. If I transform, this arm stays rotted. I can't hide it without the gloves. And if Ogma could do this to my body, who's to say that if I disobey him, me, little guy Adrius, won't just lose my left hand, but like the rotting could spread to my entire body. I could die. This could kill me. And I'm scared. That Adrius is scared. He's like, oh no. Like, what if this is bad? You know, he's finally starting to realize. And Hugo's like, well, what kind of person do you want to be then, huh? Like, do you want to save Yara, or do you want to be a fucking coward? And he's like, you know what? I want to save Yara. I want to save Yara. That's my good, close, personal friend, Yara. And so he disobeys his god. He disobeys. Here, see, look. Character development. Remember when he said that if it was between what Ogma said and the group said, he would obey Ogma? He didn't. And this was a very good bonding moment between Hugo and Adrius. Don't you think so? Like, that was some good shit. And Hugo was proud of him for the decision. He was like, you know what? That was a good decision. I liked that decision. He enjoyed that. Hugo liked that. Keep that in mind. Hugo can develop, but he can help the choose development. Yeah, yeah, a little bit. And so we do the plan. And it fucking works. We're a genius. It goes off exactly the way that we planned it. Adrius did get beat up and knocked unconscious briefly, but they managed to save him. So, like, it's all fucking good. We did it. We saved Soul, and we saved Yara. It was awesome. And Adrius, he got like a little scared after that, so he like went crying to Ogma a little bit. And you know, he also got scared because he got knocked unconscious, and he was like really scared that he would have been left behind and like left for dead. You know, he put his trust in these people to actually rescue him alongside everyone else. You know, and that was a big show of trust, and nearly not being saved shook him up a little bit. Even though he told them to, like, you know, like, if they couldn't save him, they could go. But, you know, he's like, dear Ogma, I am aware I went against your advice, but I had no choice. I need these people on my side. I would not survive out here without them. It's an unfamiliar area, full of danger. It was an extreme risk. I was unsure if I would make it out alive, but it was a calculated one. They're not the kind of people who would leave their teammate behind. He's coping right now. He's, like, going through, like, so much, like, you know, like, he's questioning his morals for the first time ever, like, questioning what he's doing right now. But he was scared to lose Ogma's approval. Again, like he said, he was scared that the rotting would continue, you know? Like it was spooky wooky. And so, you know, like he said like I won't put myself in a compromising position like that again. So it's my plan, my mistake, my responsibility. I'm not going to do something like that again. I'm above this. My ambitions are too great for me to die before I see them through. And Ogma, it didn't respond. And as some time went on, we ran off to a place, and we had like a little beach episode. It was very cute. We all went to the pool. We got swimsuits, whatever. And it was around this time that Ogma's text color started changing and it really darker in my notes, so that was very scary. But like in the midst of like traveling to our new location, you know, like he's scared right now, so he's asking like, Ogma, why did you bless me in this way? You were god of knowledge. It does not seem like your area of expertise. He's doubting. Hugo told me I should be concerned about this, and I admit it is an extreme oddity. I want to have faith. I wish to devote myself to you. I know you see something in me, but please give me a sign that you truly are Ogma, that you are the god of knowledge who I've worshipped my entire life, that I could trust you, even if you withhold information from me. I beg. Like, whoa! His development is this fire? His crisis of faith is this fire? Like, whoa! And Ogma, like, responded with something ominous. The shift to your extremity is a sign my powers have fallen into your grasp, young one. Ew, young one. Adrius is like the oldest person in the party, by the way. My withholding is nothing more than a challenge to your willpower. The path you walk will lead to great knowledge and power. Knowledge holds many things. Do not underestimate it. Which is not an answer at all. It was not helpful at all. Shit was not Ogma. And he responded, then I will wait. I know the importance of patience. Eagerness perhaps has been a fault of mine. I will continue to proceed with caution. However, I do expect answers at some point. Whether you give them to me or I'm able to figure them out on my own, I will never underestimate the power of knowledge. It is capable of many things. Hence why I wasn't initially turned off to the arm. Hugo's words have made me more aware. I have followed you all my life. I do not intend to ever stop my devotion. I know I care about Hugo's opinions, but it's foolish not to take his words into consideration. My wish to learn is a great one, as I'm sure you can tell by my persistent questions. Knowledge is what I strive for, but I am not the type who enjoys sitting around waiting for answers. Patience is a virtue, one I have, one that I have proven to have over the course of the past 7 years. I intend to pass this challenge of yours with flying colors. And that was the last thing he ever sent in his journal. The Hive music was the last thing he ever sent in his journal. So we're having a pool party, right? And during that time, someone grabs Adrius's gloved hand, and it's Soul. Soul is like super perceptive, like insane, like has like a fucking like passive like plus 18 to their perception or something like that. It's crazy. It's crazy how perceptive Soul is. And Soul notices, hey, Adrius, why does your left arm have a pulse but your right arm doesn't? And he's like, oh, no, don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'll tell you about it later. And Hugo goes up to Adrius and is like, hey, I did not like that. I did not like you hiding things. He's like, whatever. I'm no secret to lies and secrets myself, Adrius. However, do you want them to find out from you, or do you want them to find out on your own? Do you want to be a liar who lies to your dear, close, personal friends like Yara, like Soul, like Rowan? And Adrius was like, no, not Not really. I kind of like these people. I kind of really like these people. Fuck off, y'all. I only like Yara. That was kind of his mindset right now. Like, Rowan was alright. Soul was alright. He didn't like Hugo, but Hugo made good points sometimes. But Yara was his good, close personal friend. He fucking loved Yara. Yara was the goat. He also didn't like Vulcan, but like he respected that Vulcan was smart. This is Petra Minecraft story mode behavior. So, wait, we're nearly 2 hours in. I haven't even gotten to Vanir yet. So. Adrius decides, you know what? I'll tell them. So we get like a meeting. We go to our room, and Adrius, like, you know, like he stands in front of everyone, and he's like, "Hi guys, it's me, Adrius. You know me. I'm the one with the book you keep calling evil and the god you keep calling evil." And they're like, "Yeah, Adrius, we know. What do you want to talk about?" And Adrius was like, "Okay, so first and foremost, I would really appreciate it if when I talk to you about this, you did not start going, 'Oh, Ogma is evil. Please, like, why the fuck would you ever trust in Ogma? Like, you're so fucking stupid, Adrian. Like, Adrius, how do you not realize your god is evil? Like, can we please not do that? Can we please just, like, listen and have an open mind? Please, it's, like, literally the only thing that I ask of this meeting right now." And everyone is like, "Yeah, okay. We'll do that." And so Adrius, he takes off the glove. Yeah? Yeah, mouse viewer? The stream category is LERP? How could that be possible? The stream category? Oh, did it? Wait. I thought you said is LERP. I couldn't read. Is it still Ace Attorney? Hang on. Fuck. It didn't say so. It didn't say so on OBS. It says just chatting on OBS. Hang on. Just chatting. OBS lied to me. It should be changed now. Why are there 16 people here listening to me talk about my D&D campaign? Okay. Pizza in my mouth. I can't believe Rodney would do this to me. Alright. Stream category fixed. Adrius takes up the glove. And he shows off his rotted right hand. Sorry, left hand. It's his left hand. And it's bad. And he explains it, you know? He's like, "Ogma gifted this to me. It is like the source of my changing magic. It is, it allows me to not have to eat or sleep or breathe. It's very efficient, actually. It's very nice, and I like it. I like it a lot. It's very helpful, and I wanted to share this with you guys because I trust you guys, and you guys are my friends, and I like you, and I want you to know that I'm with you guys, and we're fighting the same fight, and we're buddies, we're pals, we're a team." And everyone all at once, in unison, except for Hugo, because he already knew. Everyone goes, but most loudly Vulcan. Everyone goes, "Dude, your god is evil. Your god is evil? Your god is so evil. How could you not fucking think that Ogma is evil? You dumb as fuck changeling man. How can you be this fucking stupid to let you quote-unquote Ogma rot your arm like that and then change your body like that? What the fuck do you think you're doing? You dumbass. You're so fucking stupid. What's wrong with you?" And Adrius gets so mad that he walks out of the building. He leaves. He just walks away. He's just like, "No, I'm not fucking dealing with this. I I asked for you guys to be normal about this and for us to have a conversation without saying my god is evil. I asked for one thing. And what can't you give me? You can't give me the one thing I asked for. You were not being very open-minded, no. And he's pissed. And, like, here's the thing, like, Adrius is, like, he's a very secretive, like, closed-off guy. He is not used to being, like, open and vulnerable like that. So, you know, sharing something like that to the entire group all at once was intimidating for him, you know? Like, he didn't know how they were gonna take it. He wanted them to take it well, and then they didn't. And that upset him. So he left, because he still wants to have faith in his god. And he secretly transformed into my girl Claire here, to go away and hide, so they couldn't track his scent. Because Rowan is a werewolf and can track his scent. Now, an important detail about this that I loathe to admit because I cringe every time I remember it. But Adrius, this man right here, this was after a pool party. Rose in his swimsuit. Okay? Rose in his swimsuit. He was not able to get clothes. No clothes change. This is the most embarrassing part of this story, okay? He just grabbed his wallet and he left. And he went to a bar and he got drinks. Titty out? No. You know, it's like a full cover bathing suit. It's fantasy. We're not doing swim trunks. We're doing like one of these, you know? Which is still not very fantasy, but like whatever. It's fantasy. It's not like fucking historically accurate. So like he's in like the world's most embarrassing possible bathing suit to be in, to be honest. Like he's not even sexy. He's like in like the fucking dork bathing suit. It's like so upsetting for him. I hate this for him. So he goes out, he gets drinks, and he returns in the morning. But while he's out, Vulcan, the detective, goes to Adrian's bag because remember, he just has his bathing suit and his wallet on him. So he goes into his bag and he takes out the book. Takes out the book. But like it's fine though, because the book has magic protections on it. Right? Like it has the journal. But they're the two protections. One, whiz, save, or bust. Yeah, if you don't save the whiz save, you get an uncontrollable feeling of dread and you are unable to touch the book. Number 2, text, invisible. Can't read it. Can't read it. Only Adrian can read it. But Vulcan fucking rolls a natural 20 on his wisdom save and beats the DC. So he can touch the book. He is past check 1. Next, text invisible. Bro's an artificer. He casts see invisibility. Done. He makes it past the fucking security measures. This was a crazy DC, by the way. Our DM was not expecting this. And I have to send him the text file, the Google Doc of my journal, and bro reads the entire thing. So Vulcan is the knower. He's the knower. And Hugo finds out about this, but he doesn't know what's in the journal. Like, Hugo is not the knower. Hugo does not know, but he knows that Vulcan knows. He knows that Vulcan's the knower. And Hugo did not like that. Hugo's like, oh, so you're digging out someone's, like, past? You're digging up someone's, like, personal information? You're invading their privacy? Hugo did not approve of that. Remember this. Hugo did not approve of that. And so when Adrian returns back to the group, everyone else doesn't know what's going on. Everyone else is just like in the tavern, like lobby, like of the inn that we were staying at. They're just having a grand old time. And whenever Adrian returns, Hugo finds him at the door. Hugo finds him at the door. And he's like, hey, so Vulcan read your journal. And I think that is fucking diabolical. I hate that. I hate that he did that. This is a bad thing. Whatever goes on in there, I'm gonna back you up. because I disagree with this on like a fundamental moral level, okay? And Adrius is scared, you know? He's nervous, he's like, oh shit, like, could he actually read the journal? Vulcan's been like telling me my god is evil this whole time and has been like trying to like pit the group against me because he fucking hates me for some reason. Like, what is going to happen? He's scared. But Hugo's got him. And Hugo has been weirdly supportive. Like, they've been like getting along recently. Like maybe they should kiss. No, that would be stupid. But they go in together. They go in the room together. The other three are not there. They're not involved. And Vulcan turns around in his like little swivel chair or whatever the fuck, like fucking hands like steepled, like, you know, like fingers like touching, you know, like all you know, like just like evil mastermind kind of bullshit, you know. He's like this. And Vulcan says the two words that destroy the entire campaign. Hello, Lin. These two words are the start of a downward spiral that this campaign will never recover from. Ever. This is the moment the campaign died. It was not my fault. And it was not Vulcan's fault. But it was Hugo's fault. Or rather, Hugo's player's fault. And we'll get into that. So, how does this ruin a campaign, you ask? Well, let it be known that once those two words were spoken, our damnation, the session ended. That was the end of the session. And so we had a week. We had a week for that to stew in the hearts of everyone. A week for people to plot how their characters would react. A week for people to script out the interaction. A week for people to get ideas in their head about Lin and his character that they will not be able to unhinge from their mind. They have decided who Lin is in this week, and nothing will change their mind, and nothing will change their characters' minds, and nothing will stop them from forcibly ejecting Lin from the campaign. I have some memes from that time that I would love to pull up for the gang. If we don't mind a little meme detour, because some of them are kind of funny. let me pull them up. I know they're in my photo library. I gotta send them to my computer. Lin meme detour. This was so funny, okay? You don't even know. Let it be known, I was excited for next session. I really was. Me saying that says a lot, actually, about how next session went. You know, I'll send like a couple memes that I have for this campaign, so we can revel in the fun times of the drama. Let's see here. Grab this one as well. I'm not sharing any that aren't my art. I'll say that first and foremost. Okay. Sending these to my Mac. Lord, it astounds me how much bad luck you've had with RP partners, both in D&D and just in RP. Tell me about it. Okay. So, first is a meme that I made, back in the early days, based off a meme of Koizumi that I quite love. I drew over it with Adrius. Reasons why Adrius deserves more. Please, he goes through so much for so little. He's so sad. What the fuck? My little chef boy. Look at him up there. My old art. drawing over like the Koizumis. It's so funny. I love him. Okay. Next meme I have is based off some dialogue from Infinity Train. This is the group. Adrius is like, I never lie. And the entire party, from left to right, Vulcan, Hugo, Sol, Yara, Rowan, Hugo's like, you lie all the time. And Vulcan's like, what do you mean by this? As he's starting to get suspicious of Adrius. And Adrius is like, well, I never lie when I'm telling you the truth. Shout out to the cat from Infinity Train for inspiring my son. Next one is based off an off-time RP that Hugo and Adrius had. No, you can't start a rebellion without thinking about it. You can't just quarter the knights and kill them. You're gonna end up dying. No, haha, rebellion go burr. Based off a real argument they had. It was a really good conversation. I wish I could grab it, but I left the server because people that I didn't want to be around were still in it. Most unfortunate. All right. Next up is Vulcan and Adrius. I'm gonna keep it real with you, Adrius. You seem fucking crazy. Adrius, after they went overseas, changed his look a little bit to be like a little more Lin-esque, a little more open about being a changeling. It was his way of being around these people and being like, you guys make me a little more comfortable, you know? Like, I'm comfortable being more like myself around you, and everyone else is like, I don't know, this Adrius guy is pretty suspicious. Here is, a very old art of mine. Ignore how bad it is, but here's very old art of the fucking scene where Rowan transforms into a werewolf in the cart. And it's very embarrassing for them. And Hiko fucking points his rapier at Adrius and is like, dude, like, you better drive the fucking cart right now. I quite like Yara's expression here. She's like, that's not good for us. It's like really bad for us. And he just is like, what the fuck is going on back there? And Rowan's embarrassed, and he was like, shit. And then, oh yeah, this tiefling guy was with us. I forgot him because he's not important. And then there's Solstice being, like not doing much. He was just chilling. I love Solstice. His vibes are great. But anyway, yeah. Fun times. I would redraw this if I didn't have beef with one of the main people in this drawing. But yeah, great scene. It lived in my head rent free forever because I thought it was really fucking funny. And now we move into the reveal memes. Here's Vulcan. Unveiling Lin. The big Lin. This was one of my friends' reactions when I texted them that Lin got revealed. Lin reveal be like Persona 4. This one's one of my favorites. This shit was good. Vulcan was a really funny character. Vulcan was awesome. And of course, this GIF, made by a good friend. We had D&D last night. Adrius, aka Lin, aka Evil, aka... It was great. It was a great time. I was coasting off this, by the way. Like, I was very excited that by everyone's reactions to Lin. I thought that, like, I thought things would go well. Because here's the thing. I played a character who went evil with this group before. He didn't start out evil, but a deck of many things mishap turned him into lawful evil. I even snitched on the party to the BBG, and that went fine. Everyone handled it fine, so I thought it was okay to play a more morally dubious character. who did end up having, like, you know, character development and turning more into a lawful neutral character, especially at this point, because he's had character development. So, sorry, I need to remember to eat my pizza that I went out my way to make. I would like to bring up some of the things people were saying about Lin during this time. There was a lot of plotting in the chat, in our Discord server. It started to make me a little concerned for Lin's safety. And so, I made a collage, but I can't show the collage because it has everyone's names in it. So, at one point, my status was, sucks for Lin that he believed in basic humanoid decency. And, you know, someone said, yes, Lin, the pinnacle of decency. Another person said, I wasn't gonna say it, but, you know. I'm like, oh, what do you mean? He's the most moral person here. You know, I'm making a jokey joke. You know, the basic humanoid decency being don't, like, rummage through my personal belongings. I said, you know, he's the most morally just person here, but I accidentally typoed it and said mortally. So, you know, someone said mortally. Hugo's player said mortally. We're gonna test that theory. I have smite and sneak attack. He's gonna fucking die. And the DM replies, remember, smites do an extra D8 of radiant damage to undead. Hugo's player goes, group murder, everyone pick apart to stab. Also, I have plenty of ideas. DM will regret giving me this dagger one day. Rowan's player goes, how does Lin feel about painful transformation? Ray, fuck Ray, not Ray. Hugo's player, Ray's his real name. We'll get into that later. Hugo's player goes, eyes emoji. I type a crying emoji, he sure feels. Rowan's player goes, on the good side, Rowan saved the flowers for their date, so now they have some for Lin's funeral. I said, I think Lin could bring them all together. DM goes, oh, he will. Everyone will be standing within 5 feet. Rowan's player goes, Rowan gets dibs on the head. I say, man, I've been waiting for so long to see how the party fucking deals with this. Hugo's player says, same way we deal with everything we don't like. Kill him, loot him, move on. If it's any consolation, maybe the non-backstabbing members of the party will be able to bond over this. Hugo's got an acidic dagger if anyone really wants to get creative. I say God, not the group torture moment. Yeah, this is rough. This is rough. They talk about growing poison ivy. Rowan, gosh, we're already bonding. This group is gonna do great. Hugo and Rowan will finally get along. I say this was Lin's plan all along. Group bonding. Rowan is gonna burn his book and make him watch. Me asking, on a scale of 1 to 10, how absolutely dead is he? I got replies. -49. -49 million. Rowan's player says, make my child kiss that goatee fucker. 9.99999. The person corrected to positive 49, because they realized that was the wrong way to go. The negatives was how deep under the earth he's going to be, they said. Soul's player goes, so Soul didn't get a chance to vent all their anger and desire for revenge on the Sunfuckers. Rowan's player says, I wish he was died. Hugo's player says, give it a little less than a week. And then, you know, like, I wasn't fully certain on how serious they were about all this. You know, I was being my little smug self. I was, like, telling them, like, oh, go reread Zone of Truth or Dare, because I put some foreshadowing in there. And they're like, Lorf, you got found out. You have no reason to be this smug. And I'm like, no, I'm really happy about this. Like, you know, like, the whole point of me making a character like this was to eventually have a reveal, right? And, you know, I was in my revealing my evil plan phase. I was monologuing. Let's see. It's a fucking collage I made, so it's not like all in order. So I'm just gonna start reading stuff out, and I'll clarify whether I said it or someone else said it. Know that most of these are probably going to be Hugo's player. I said, he has no way out if the party wants to waste a diamond on him and interrogate the shit out of him. I mean, he had a plan for that, but, you know. And Hugo's player goes, no questioning. Party knows he's a liar, won't make that mistake. And, you know, I make the joke like, oh, good, that's the best case for him in terms of reveal, because, like, why would he want to reveal anything to you? Joke. You know, they're like, oh, we have no way to zone of truth. There's no trusting what he says at this point. Hugo could torture him for sure. I have lots of ideas, but he just wants him gone at this point. Remember Hugo who said that no matter what, he would be on his side? By the way, all we got at the end of the session was, hello, Lin. Rowan's player is the only person who knows Lin's name. All anyone else knows is that Adrius had an extra persona that he was hiding. Just making that clear. They assumed evil, and you know, like I'm like, okay, like sure, why not? But like, he has not been acting evil. Yes, all they knew was Lin. That's all they had to go off of. What if Lin was a trauma persona? Huh? Yeah, literally. Like, what the hell? What then? We take turns. Each person gets to beat him into unconscious, then Soul heals him, then the next person goes. In case we accidentally kill him early, I want to prep or vivify. Hugo can heal, so can Yara. Well, let's be careful, I've got some normal heals ready. We should all return to Athar and burn the restaurant later in the campaign. It'll be cathartic for Rowan. OMG, yes, sounds like a blast. I hate lawful evils, I decided. You're tearing us apart, Lisa. I say this is my last evil character for the next 5 years. Lin is lucky. The rage they get from him and the pent-up rage from Tor. What a gift. Adrius' baby. Can't trust Lorf. Kill their new character on sight. That's the only way to be sure. They said I lost trust privileges. I said, fine, I won't make my new character baby. I'll make them twice as evil. This is the most edgy 14-year-old. Oh, we'll get into that. Oh yeah, here's the thing. Only Rowan knew that Lin was one of the higher-ups of the cult. No one else. That was a private in DMs RP. That was not a public RP. No one knew this shit. I said, and this is me like starting to realize, oh no, they're having a moment. I said, to be honest, he's gone through a lot of development no one's really aware of, so maybe that helps here, maybe it don't, because I don't want them metagaming. And Hugo's player goes, I would like the party to get along, please. I would like Hugo to go back to being the evil bastard instead of the therapist, please. I said the fact that I had a redemption character playlist. Hugo's player goes, I got one too, it don't mean shit. If they let him live, Hugo will just burn off the soles of his feet and put socks on him and tell him to run. Good luck getting those off. Could also burn out his teeth with the acid and then his tongue. I have many ideas, Lurf. John, my goat, goes, Jesus, does Hugo even know all the bad stuff about Lin? And Hugo's player goes, nah, but he's pissed he's been lied to twice, like to the point where he's seriously considering violence. And then, you know, Rowan's player brings up the cult thing, is like, Lin just wanted to save his cult. Shitty spy for a shitty cult. Let's see, this was me explaining something else. This was explaining me like a situation where he saved them around the cult area, and Hugo's player goes, Hugo will thank him for that as he burns out his tongue. I say, he risked his life for Yara and Soul for what? Volunteered for what? Went against his god for what? Soul's player, who's actually rational, goes, yeah, I want to ask about that. Hugo's player goes, I don't think it matters at this point. Rowan's player goes, Rowan will leave his corpse out for the big bitch. Which I don't know. I don't remember what that means in context. Hugo's player goes, if the party still decides to trust him after this, there's going to be problems. And they go, how would we trust him now? Rowan's player, oh no, Rowan knows how to deal with people like Lin. Speaking for Soul, at least, I cannot think of a single thing Lin could do that would make Soul trust him. Now put a pin in that, because Lin will. And it'll be great. It'll be peak cinema. Man, Hugo and Rowan will really bond over this, huh? He'd love to watch Rowan beat the shit out of Lin. Torture buddies. Man, there's so much. Oh, we'll want a way to gag Lin so no one hears him screaming. And so he can't cast verbal spells. I said, seeing you guys write Lin is still giving me whiplash. Hugo's player goes, oh shit, we could give him lashes. Let's say, maybe don't be a lying shithead and talk about your problems, Lin. You too can have friends. I say he considered Yara his friend. Rowan's player goes, she's gonna wreck him. We draw Lin with big, beautiful lashes. He already has them in my heart. Rowan's player goes, wait, we get his money and stuff. I made a joke about them getting his shitty sending stone because he had a sending stone with only one. They're all at least 19. Hugo's player was maybe 2 or 3 years older than me. This was happening in 2021. In college or post-college age. Yeah. Anyway, I make a joke about the shitty sending stone. Rowan's player goes, gonna break his teeth with it. I said, I don't know, he doesn't have much value aside from magic items. They go, we can sell his organs. Money. Worst boyfriend, worst spy. I say, Rowan can have this back, and I send a screenshot of his inventory where I have Rowan's 1 gold piece in it. Because Rowan gave him 1 gold piece once. Ego's player says, I just want his head. I just want his head. Keep his money. Rowan's player goes, it becomes a purse. He's gonna cast Speak with Dead on it so we can make fun of him for being dead. Back to the lying shithead thing I said. Thumbs up emoji. The thumb that's going through his eye sockets. I asked, what did Lin ever do to you? Rowan's player goes, everything. Soul's player goes, betrayed us, lied, manipulated, messed with my friend's head, etc., etc. And I said, okay, I don't know about that first one. Dungeon Master sends POV you are Lin, and it's an image that Rowan's player drew of Rowan about to like wind up to punch someone. There was fan art made of the confrontation before it happened, where Rowan was like, you know, like sticking it to Lin and like getting in his face and stuff. There was like actual like fan art, like people were like making that shit ahead of time before they even confronted Lin. It's like, and this is only just a collage of the shit I was willing to scroll through. Let that be known. Let that be known. This is the shit I was willing to deal with when I was revisiting this incident. About, like, I don't know, like a year ago or so, when I was telling May about it. Are they this? Kill them and sell their organs about other enemies? No! No, they were not! And here's the thing. They didn't want to do this to Lin because he was a terrorist, or because he was evil, or anything reasonable. You know why they wanted to do this? He lied to them twice. The second time was too far. The first time, completely chill. Everyone gets it. We all lie once, but twice? Death penalty. You deserve the greatest of tortures. How dare you? When we forcibly uncover your secret identity by interrogating you in the first week of knowing you, that you lie and make a second identity to hide behind because you have trust issues. Lurf lying twice. We gotta get the guillotine knife here. Imagine one of these characters is like trans in the closet or something and she's gonna tell me about it. Oh my god. And so, reading all of this, I get a little nervous. You know, I'm like, hey, DM, I'm poking my little fingies together right now. I think I think I might need a backup character because it looks like Lin is gonna get like murdered to death. And even though I don't want that to happen, and I still want to play Lin, I don't think that's gonna be an option. And the Dungeon Master was like, nah, I doubt that's gonna happen. I doubt anything will happen to Lin. Like, you can make a backup character, sure, but like, it's fine. Don't worry about it. We're just goofing. We're just gaffing. They were not goofing and gaffing. Let me tell you that. I started approaching people in DMs, and I'm like, hey, so like, that backup's name? Imp, actually. We haven't gotten to Vanir yet. We haven't gotten to Vanir yet. we'll get to Vanir. We'll get to Vanir. So I start going to people in DMs, and I'm like, so I do want to keep playing Lin, and I like Lin. Is there any way for this to result in a way where I get to keep playing Lin? And I propose the prisoner option, where I'm like, hey, you guys know that Lin is probably connected to that cult in Athara. And I imagine that, like, it's probably a bad idea to just let him wander free, right? Like, you don't trust him, you don't want to let him wander free, and if we're not going to murder him, then maybe, like, we can have a prisoner arc, where, like, the party's keeping your prisoner, and then, like, we like, you know, get to gain trust again over time as he proves himself, and it's, like, you know, like a fun little arc we do, like, Prisoner Lin arc. I thought that would have been really fun. And most people were on board with that. Can you guess whose player wasn't on board with that? I'll give you a hint. Yay! You got it! It's Hugo's player! Hugo's player was not a fan of that. Hugo's player was like, if Lin stays in the party, Hugo is going to leave the party because he would not be able to stand being in the same party as him. And my little dumbass hears that, and I go, well, I mean, like, this is the consequence of my actions, right? Like, I made the evil character. I was, like, expecting, you know, like I was prepared for, like, you know, like, shit to happen, whatever did happen. So, because this is, like, a circumstance brought about by my character, if it must be a choice between Hugo leaving the party or Lin leaving the party, I would rather Hugo stay because this is, like, my thing. And I don't want to make Hugo's player have his character leave the game where, you know, like, I was like, that was kind of my logic, you know? Even though, in hindsight, Hugo's player could just decide that Hugo would not leave the party, right? Hugo's player desperately looking for a reason to stop playing Hugo after none of the plans for the character worked. No. Hugo's player was like so deeply attached to Hugo that it became a problem. Like, I cannot separate the game from myself kind of problem. I think Hugo's player would have rather died than not play Hugo anymore. Oh yeah. So, you know, I'm getting like a little pushed, and I decide if Lin gets kicked out of the party, it'll happen, and I won't fight for Lin rights anymore. I had a plan going in where I'm like, okay, this is how Lin is going to behave, and if this doesn't work, nothing will. And so, we arrive at next session. I had a friend with me who wasn't in the campaign and was like keeping up with the saga in the background, and I feel like really bad that they were there to witness this session because it sucked. So we start in we start in with the hello Lin. You know how it is. Got the hello Lin in there, and Lin decides, okay, there's two people in here. I want to talk to them. I want to keep it real. So, also, I need to mention that to everyone. Hugo was an asshole throughout the campaign, while Adrius was very Koizumi-like, so he was very, like, polite, despite being, like, super suspicious. But Hugo was, like, actively an asshole. Like, Hugo just, like, was just, like, a pain to be around, you know? Hugo's kind of like Renegade Detective, actually. but like more of a dick. Like if Renegade Detective was like a fucking asshole. And like his whole deal was like he has a complex about thinking he's a bad person, so he acts like a bad person to like, you know, like keep building on that complex. Like self-fulfilling prophecy wise. Eating pizza, hang on. If you ever think of Renegade, I think of the Detective Dom moment. It's a really funny moment. You can really tell where my head's at sometimes. What did he mean by that? Oh my fucking god, Fallen ASMR Rogue that starts fantasizing about torturing another player's character. You cannot be more of a stereotype, holy shit. You know, it's really funny you say that because Hugo's character, when like hyping up the backstory and stuff, was like, yeah, I really wanted to avoid like a lot of like this stereotypical like rogue stereotypes. You know, like I don't want to fall into those like categories and stuff. Like, you know, like I wanted like Hugo to be like an actual character. It was like a big thing, actually. It would be so funny if you posted on those D&D horse story. Somebody, oh my god, I've considered it. I considered it many times. It's just so hard to write it all out. It's like easier to verbally say it, I feel. I get to add my dramatic flourish to it all. Where's Genomic? I'm already on Reddit, I'm sorry. So, session opens up, and Adrius, you know, there's I guess Lin now. We just got the two of them. We got Lin, and we got Hugo. It's been 2.5 hours of explaining this shit show. Yeah, I imagine it might be hard to write out. We're like literally just getting to the drama now, but like the context is so important to this drama. So you like, I just need you to know how like it is viewed from my like point of view. Like me playing the Twilight Cleric, like I was healing everyone, I was keeping everyone up. The DM had to balance encounters around me because I was too good at keeping everyone alive. Like Adrius was cooking for everyone. He was generally pleasant to be around. Like, so I just need you to know like my bafflement for how all this went down. So Adrius tries to close the door. He's like, I want to keep this between us if it's possible. You know, like I don't want this to like get out of hand if I can help it. It was kind of his mindset. And Hugo, guy who has only just heard hello Lin, after saying to Adrius, don't worry, like I'm gonna be on your side no matter like what comes out. He opens the door and is like, hey, everyone else in the tavern, get the fuck up here. We're gonna have like a big group conversation. And Adrius is like, Lin is like, okay, shit, I can work with this. Fuck, okay. And so everyone comes in, and the Lin situation explained, and Roland's like instantly feeling betrayal, but like betrayed and whatever. And the session. So, first of all, Lin starts off by apologizing and trying to explain himself. When he apologizes, he gets laughed in the face. Like multiple characters laugh in his face. Some of them are off on the sidelines, just watching this happen. Whatever. And to some people didn't notice the bad energy, and some people who are my dear friends still said that the energy of that session was so oppressive that they felt they couldn't do anything but go along with it. So Adrius, he transforms into Lin, and he explains everything. He's like, if I'm to regain their trust, I need them to know everything about my history and how I came to this point and whatever. And so he explains his entire tragic backstory about the church and how all his friends and family got slaughtered and the unfairness of Athora and then what his intentions were. And no one really gives a shit. No one only like 2 people really sympathize with them. One of them being one of the players that felt like they couldn't do anything because of how impressive the atmosphere is. It is after that point that Lin is laughed at, berated, punched by multiple people, like beat up. He's in a bathing suit. It's fucking like most humiliating fucking thing. They take his stuff. They rip his wallet out of his hand. And they're basically like, get out of our sight. And right before he leaves, Vulcan is like, wait, like, I want to see the trauma persona. And like, Lin just like hopeful like he can regain anything here, like hopeful like he can show them that like he's willing to be open with them and that he still cares about them. Shows the trauma persona. He shows Claire to everyone, and they get their like last little like satisfied like kick out of it of like, okay, we've drained you of all your mystery, get out of here. And he's kicked out of the party. They took everything from him. He managed to like keep his shitty sending stone. He asked if he could like take his bag with him, you know, like maybe like grab his armor, or anything, or maybe like some of the keepsakes from the party. They did not let him do that. And he had to leave. He managed to keep his shitty sending stone. I don't remember how he got his hands on it, but he sent a message back to his cult, basically being like, "This is bullshit. This is fucking bullshit. I do all of this, and this is how things end up. Like, this is your fault. I fucking quit." So he quits the cult. He loses everything, and the one good part about this is as he's leaving, Soul my goat comes out after hearing his tragic backstory, and is like, "Hey, this fucking sucks, and you don't deserve that, and like I still care about you, and I wish you good luck." Like, they have like a really sweet heart to heart outside, and Soul even like hears him like quit the cult. And they have a very nice heart to heart before like separating their ways. In like the post of this session, Lin did end up losing his left arm and left eye because he denounced Vecna and kind of cursed him. He had to fucking bash off his left arm because it was about to corrupt him, and it kind of corrupted around up to his eye because Vecna has like the left hand, left eye thing. So he lost that. And because he denounced like the god which he was casting magic from, he lost his ability to cast magic. It was really tragic. And it was really harrowing to experience as a player. I genuinely can't lie. It was rough. It was rough to experience as a player. All that like for my character, like really like basically like should be as vulnerable as possible when he had never been vulnerable like that before, and still get rejected and get villainized for leading Rowan on from their one date, and villainized because he went on a date with them despite being aromantic. That was a thing that people were like, I can't believe that he would do that. I just say earlier, there seems to be such a complete lack of consideration that there was, you know, a person behind this character. Yeah, it's kind of funny about that, right? Isn't that kind of funny? Anyway, they were whooping and cheering, and then there were 2 hours left of session. Do you guys want to know what they did with the last 2 hours of session after Lin left? I can give you some options. Here we go. Let's say 1, they talk about it. Talk about what happened, and like, you know, like Lin and like how they feel about him, and like all of that. 2, they talk about their plans for the future. You know, and like what they're gonna do now that Lin's gone, because Lin was kind of leading the party, was kind of like their leader, and like the whole reason we're in this area was because Lin was the party leader, even though everyone will deny that he was, except for like 2 people who get it. 3, ignore everything that just happened and Hang on. Shop for 2 hours. Which one did they do, gang? Which one did they do? No, it wasn't option 1. You have another guess? No, it wasn't option 2. That's right. It was option 3. Ignore everything that happened. Have no like emotional weight about it. No characters discussing what happened. No thoughts towards Lin. And they just go out into town and shop. They just had a shopping session. A lighthearted, fun, goofy shopping session that was so hard for me to sit through that I had to leave the session and go cry myself to sleep. Because it was like genuinely like really affecting me the way that went down. So that's what happened to Adrius. I had to bring in a new character who went by the name of Imp. And she was a little baby girl. I figured I'm gonna play a follower this time instead of a leader. I want to like kind of kick back and like, you know, like not put as much of my heart into things for the time being. I won't get into her story, but long story short, she was infantilized by the party in a way that upset me. Because she was ignorant due to being locked up most of her life and just like not knowing much about the world. And that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And also, the party was extraordinarily directionless without Lin. I realized that no characters were, none of the characters were leader types. They were all follower types or didn't care enough to try to lead. And so I figured, okay, the group needs a leader. The group needs direction. I will provide that direction. So Imp ended up being a character that was only there for like 2 to 3 sessions before she got possessed by the demon that was inside of her. I fought the party in a boss battle, ended up getting killed by the party. So then Vanir could get introduced later on. Oh, don't worry. This group went on for another year or 2. It just never was the same. And you were there. Yeah. Yara's player at that point had quit the campaign, unfortunately, on my behalf. Because she was so mad about what happened with Lin/Adrius. And she was also sick of dealing with Hugo's player because dealing with him was like walking on eggshells and she just couldn't deal with it anymore. Shout out to my goat. Dude, imagine being such best friends with Yara that her player quits the game because she is so outraged by what happened to your character. Yara's player is probably my closest friend from this campaign to date. We still hang out. I visited her in person many a times. Shout out to my goat, Emily. I love you, bestie. Soul, stays in character in contact with Lin and made it a mission to bring up Lin constantly so everyone could fucking realize how fucked up it was. What happened to him. Lots of players out of character made jokes about Lin that started making me feel very sad, so I had to ask them to stop, and they did. However, Soul's constant bringing up of Lin started really upsetting Rowan and Hugo's players to the point where Rowan's player said it would actively take them out of the game whenever Lin was mentioned. So Lin's name ended up getting banned from the table. We could not talk about him anymore. Because it upset other people too much. Not me. Other people. But it did not get banned before Vanir, my goat, was forced to act as a therapist to Sol and Rowan for what happened with Vanir. My boy Vanir was forced to deal with the aftermath of all of this. And I had to therapy these characters over the loss of my own character and like how they were feeling after he left and whether they felt maybe like a little bit guilty over it or something, but they wouldn't actually do anything real about it. Vanir, who had like little to no context about this, it was kind of like, I don't know, that sounds kind of fucked up. He was like kind of not into it. He was like, I don't know how I feel about these people actually. They're kind of fucked up. I shan't lie. And I have RPs of some of these therapy sessions. Do we want story time? Do we want story time, gang? The way my voice broke right there was really good. So when Lin's made fun of it's okay, but when they have to grapple with the fact that they were such freaking assholes to Lin, he gets banned. Taking notes. Yes. Yes. So let's pull up the therapy session. Let's go. You get to see some of Vanir's character, actually. Let's see here. Sorry, the first private conversation that that Vanir had with Rowan was asking what Rowan's relationship with Hugo is, because Vanir, unfortunately, biggest fumble of Vanir's career, he had a crush on Hugo. Actually, this interaction is kind of funny. Can I read this interaction to you guys? It's kind of a funny one. All right. So, Vanir awkwardly rubs the back of his neck. I'm not sure how to ask this. What is the nature of your relationship with Hugo? I feel like I keep getting mixed messages, or I sort of wanted to, figure that out. They were like, essentially, like kind of like fucking around and pretending that they were in a relationship as a joke. And so Rowan goes, I mean, we have been pretty transparent about it. Rowan looks slightly guilty for lying. I suppose, I guess. Okay. Just, tell me if I'm right, because I don't want to misinterpret anything. So, you and Hugo are in a committed romantic relationship, which is open in the sense that Hugo is allowed to sleep around with people? Is that how it works? Sorry if this is awkward, I just want to make sure I understand. Rowan's shoulders slowly rise to their ears. Alright. No, we aren't. It's a joke, but now I feel bad because you're really nice. What? Sorry? Could you repeat what you just said? We aren't. You aren't a couple. Uh-huh. I feel bad now. Vanir looks a little bit baffled for a second before giving a small chuckle. He'll kind of brush a hand back through his hair. Wow, really had me going there for a while. Huh. Wrong to notice Vanir doesn't seem particularly upset by this development. And then, they go on to talk about, that, but I just thought that was silly. Like, wrong, like, we were joking about it, but now I feel bad because you're, like, a nice guy. Let's see here. Oh, okay, here's the therapist part. Let's see. So Vanir was asking kind of about Hugo, because like Rowan mentioned him being kind of a dick. And Vanir's like, I don't know, he doesn't seem like a dick to me. And Rowan's like, yeah, because you met him during the arc of his character arc. Thanks, Rowan. But, Vanir, like, asked, like, so it used to be different then. And Rowan said, very prickly and combative. I can't say I blame him, though. I wasn't much better. Huh. Well, neither of you seem that way now, at least from my point of view. Thank you. That means we're getting better at, well, just better, I suppose. Such dramatic music. From what I've heard, it sounds like you've all been through a lot before getting here. It's understandable. Not really my place to comment on it, but, I'm here to lend an ear if you've got something to get off your chest. Apparently it's helpful to talk to someone who isn't directly involved. He was already been approached by other people about this and was kind of told, to maybe help out a little bit with the group drama. Because he sympathized with the Lin situation. I had a weird and upsetting few months. Relationships have been an odd wheelhouse lately. We've lost a friend, and I lost a lot. I'm still confused over it, but I'm trying to move on. I lost a friend, yeah, that's how you treat a friend. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Lying to Vanir. I heard a bit about it. Some of you and, I won't say who, because that's unfair to them, but, some of you have already kind of talked to me about it all. Apparently there's a lot of harsh and conflicting emotions in the group, and it's a bit hard to talk about those things without hitting some type of nerve. But I don't really have that sort of connection, so I suppose I'm unbiased? Well, as unbiased as I can be. I'm not saying you have to talk about it, but I don't mind if you need to get it out. I trusted him, and he did not return that trust. He did not return a lot of things. I suppose anger is an easier thing to feel than loss. It's the first person I trusted in years, and I wanted him to be... He hid his name from you, right? Who he was, his intentions. I imagine that must have been a difficult thing to discover. He lied twice. He made up a whole second identity. I confessed my feelings to this mask. I honestly would have rather been rejected 100 times than had gone on one date with a ruse. He was my friend, or I thought he was. But every time he needed to talk, he went to everyone but me. I must have looked so stupid. I must have looked so stupid blindly trusting him. Maybe because you weren't, because when you fucking talked to him, you were like, oh yeah, the others, we should use them as cannon fodder. Got a dip so I can get stuff done, but wow, I'm surprised you stay with that group after all that shit. Oh. My resilience is something else. I didn't hear about the lying twice part, but I don't think you're stupid for wanting to trust someone. I mean, isn't that just natural? You spend a lot of time with someone, you think you know them, they've helped you and you've grown closer to them because of it. I think it's normal to want to trust someone like that. Have faith they aren't going to turn around and stab you in the back, especially someone you had feelings for. Want to know the real quicker? I didn't trust him from the start. He gave me a place to live, a job, food, basically everything a homeless person could ask for, and yet I was always waiting for the other shoe to drop. A knife under my pillow, had my bag cast in case I had to run, stored food in a hidden case, waiting and nothing. It wasn't until I got into surgery and was bedridden that I finally stopped waiting. He was so nice. I remember being scared that my stitches would pop if I moved too much in my sleep, so he promised to stay up with me. Guess the shoe was just patient. Fuck you. Fuck you. He did all that for you for what? For what? Can I ask you something? Rowan nods. Do you think he wanted to hurt you? No. Everyone has reasons for the things they do. This wasn't malicious, just neglectful of how actions can affect others. Oh, he didn't want to hurt you. You don't think he wanted to hurt you? Then why'd you fucking punch him in the face? And kick him out? And take all of his stuff and leave him unarmored in a bathing suit to wander dinosaur-filled lands that we have near-death encounters in almost every other session. People piss me off. Fucking tell me about it. Vanir was, unfortunately, Vanir's a very empathetic guy. And so, like I had to comfort these characters through Vanir for what they did to my baby boy. Oh, baby, this next bit, this next bit. That sounds right from what I heard. Intentional or not, I imagine it was painful. It must have been awful for you. I'm sorry you had to go through something like that. Is it bad? I wish him well. Even if he hurt me this bad? Is it bad? I wish him well, even if he hurt me this bad. Sending him into the dinosaur-filled wilderness without any armor or weapons. Oh, is it bad? I wish him well, like, bitch. You basically sent him to a death sentence. What's wrong with you? No, not at all. Personally, my heart goes out to that poor man. You too, of course, but everything surrounding what I've heard and what I've... it's not great. I don't think either side got all out of it at all unscathed. As for who got it worse, well, that's hard to judge, and I'm not necessarily here to give my opinions on it. Me, Lurf, being like, Lin got it worse, Lin got it worse, Lin got it so much fucking worse, I'm gonna lose it. Rowan says that their goal is to move on, and they're better going off their own ways. And Vanir's like, yeah. And Rowan's like, I don't mean for it to sound cold, detached, I don't know. If I dwell on it too much, I worry I'll think myself in circles about what I could have done different, or I could have said more. What you could have done different, or if you could have said more. I don't know. Maybe you could have sympathized with him when he poured his heart out to you. And he trusted you for what? Literally, like, the first show of deep trust he shows the party when he shows his left arm to them and asked very nicely, can you please not, like, jump on the evil bandwagon and can we just talk about this because I want to share this with you because I want to have trust between us. And they go, evil, 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 evil. And then he leaves and he comes back and they're like, evil, 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 me, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, you lied to us twice, fuck you. Like, are you kidding me? Oh, I was waiting for the other shoe to drop. Fuck you, fuck you. You said you treat everyone else as cannon fodder. Fuck you! Rowan, the villain of my history. No, that's fair. It's probably not best to dwell on the past when there's absolutely nothing you can do to change it. Is there something you'd like to say to him? Stupid question, I know. Oh, Rowan dies at least like 4 times. They keep coming back. I think Rowan's the only player character who, like, died, actually. That like, was revivified and died and came back multiple times. Anyway, oh, fuck, I forgot that, Vanir was helping someone stay in contact with Lin by sending to him for them. So I had to fucking facilitate, like, shit between my previous character and the current party with my new character. They were on the run from the Grim Reaper from being revived too much, yes. Oh yeah, and then like fucking Rowan made like a care package for Lin, and Lin hated it, to be honest. Lin was so pissed, but like he left the party feeling like so guilty and bad. And he's like, "This fucking sucks. I lost all my friends. Like, I feel so bad. I hurt them." And then like a month later, he was like, "Fuck them. Fuck them. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? I didn't do anything. What the fuck?" Justifiably so. Very justifiably. Oh, this bit. Okay, Rowan says I shouldn't message him. I would lose my temper. It's your decision. The option is there, though. If you need closure, something, I don't know. Despite it still sounded like you two were close. I just figured I'd extend the option to you. To either find out more or say something, given what you've said to me. Oh, Lurf. I arrived to hear about what sounded like people conflict. Was relieved when it shifted around to sound like in-game party conflict, and now it's back to above the table conflict. I'm so much. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's all of the above. It's all of the above. Rowan is like, can you ask if he's okay? Maybe tell him that I'm not sorry I punched him, but I wish I had let him take his stuff and it was rude to take his money. Thanks, Rowan. And then Rowan says, "Gods, I sound like an asshole." Vanir goes, "A bit." And Vanir, of course, therapist friend, is like, "But you were hurt. It's understandable you act harshly. I will say I already know the answer to the first question." "Yeah, well, I guess you want to hear that? If he's okay," was the question. Rowan says, "Sure." Vanir goes, "Lin is currently in the middle of the desert north of Conquest. Apparently, he's no longer worshipping Ogma or the other thing. Still not quite sure about that whole deal, but, uh, due to that, he's lost his ability to do magic. He's also apparently blind in one eye now, and he cut off his arm." I was like, "Gods." Like, yeah, no shit, Rowan. It's a bit of a concerning situation given how Bellum's wildlife is. I was like, I don't know what to say. I will say, when I initially found out about sending him out into Bellum's wilderness to most likely die, my opinion of you all dropped significantly. Though I do understand how intense emotions can cloud your judgment and make you act irrationally, I imagine you weren't fully thinking things through. Vanir, trying his hardest to see the good in other people. My goat, my king, you do not need to see the good in these people. Vanir being less understanding. He can, he has the biggest heart ever! I mean, we just wanted him out of sight, and when we sent him, he was still perfectly capable of magic. We didn't think, but we also didn't know he would just wander into the desert alone like an idiot. Surprised he didn't scam another group into traveling with him. Sorry, that wasn't fair. Just, ugh. This is why I don't like talking about it. It gets complicated and weird. I don't want him to die, obviously, but he deserves something for what he put us through. Fucking... Yeah, scam another group is crazy. I mean, I know we made it to Conquest. Apparently he talked to someone named Marcus, who knows everything, so I heard. He exaggerates the word everything. But he did leave. Not sure why, when he likely would have been safe here. Maybe to stay out of your sights? From what I heard, he lost quite a lot after you kicked him out. You said you kept his money and his things. In addition to that, he left the group of the group of bad people he was following, an arm and an eye, his god, magic, a group of people to safely travel with. Not to sound harsh, but what did you lose? Get there, Asvanir! What did you lose? My goat! That's what you lost! Get their ass! Get them! And then Rowan, master of all tact, goes, "He lost what he deserved to lose. Backpack was unfair, I admitted that, but the eye and the arm is his own doing for getting involved with whatever that thing was. He lost the group because he constantly lied and was untrustworthy. I shouldn't have to explain myself to you. Bad people just get waltzed around, and if they mope a little, people feel bad. He lied. He took advantage of my loyalty to him. He hurt me. All I wanted to do is be there with him. God, this is so stupid. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, he lied to you. He lied twice to you. At least be mad he was a terrorist. Like, that would be an understandable thing to be upset about. But they're not even mad about that because they also hate the country. Two times too many. I'm not saying your feelings are undeserved, and I'm not saying he didn't do bad things. He betrayed your trust, he hurt you on a deep emotional level. That's nothing to toss aside, and I agree he deserves punishment for something like that. But after I've heard this from multiple angles, I do have to say, people have the capacity for change, and doing bad things may not necessarily make you a bad person. Even the kindest of people did something awful in their life, and I'm sure they regret it. I'm sure it eats them up inside. Doesn't mean that someone is incapable of learning and growing and becoming someone better. The world isn't black and white. It isn't split into good and bad. It's complicated. And I am so sorry that he hurt you like that. Can't imagine what it must have felt like. My good boy. My good boy. And, Rowan's like, oh, he can change or he can not change. At this point, it's up to him. But whatever choice he makes, you make it away from me. Wish him the best, but that's all I can do at this point. Lin will only learn if he wants to. It's in his hands now. Best of luck, say love you and all that. And Vanir goes, hand. To just really dig it in. Yeah, not hands. Hand. He lost an arm because of this. Fuck you. He also said it's preferable for Rowan to stay away from him. Perhaps I'm too sympathetic for my own good. What he does isn't your responsibility or anything like that. Perhaps it'd be better for you to talk to someone who knew him better, but I'm not going to push you to do anything you don't want to do. It's my business. I'm just a messenger. He's gonna be a little sassy. You a little sassy. I know, Vanir got thanked for, listening and whatnot. Vanir, I love you. I'm sorry for being mean again. Vanir's my guy. Vanir and Lin should kiss. Dude, I've thought about it. I've drawn them having sex, actually. I did. I have done that. Sometimes you gotta cope. I don't know. I was dealing with it. Good for that. Good for them. I should redraw it. It was fire. Oh no. Lin would make Vanir worse. I'm sorry. Vanir is too trusting for his own good. It'd be over for Vanir if he kissed Lin. Vanir can fix him? Maybe. It could be a Yara situation, to be honest. I think Lin would get soft for him. But I don't know if Lin would stop being evil for him, if that makes sense. I think Lin will still want to, take over Athara, but he's like, if anyone hurts Vanir, I will kill everyone in this room. I won't kill myself because I value myself too much, but I will kill everyone in this room. Not sure if I can agree with this. Look at this shit Vanir had to deal with and you want to bully this guy, ruin his life thing you're doing here, streamer? Hey, this isn't canon. This isn't canon to new Vanir lore. This is the old Vanir. He's different now. He's changed. He's morphed in ways you cannot understand because you don't know either lore. Yeah. The reason I'm good sharing all of this is because Vanir did not go through this in the current Vanir lore. He's completely disconnected from this campaign. I have ripped him out of it because I don't want him anywhere near that. Yeah. Yeah, it's like Taylor Swift in that one song. He's not had to deal with that garbage fire now. Can you get away from these people? Dude, I was saving him. I was pulling him out of there. Vanir, don't for Vanir to Taylor, please. I'm not. I'm just saying that one song where she's like, oh, she can't come pick up the phone right now. Why? She's dead. That's me about old Vanir. Soul can stay. Yara can stay. He might. So anyway, about the out of game drama. Over the course of Vanir being in the campaign, I started noticing a little bit of tension. I started noticing something odd. You as player is as unreceptive to bad roles as always. And Vanir I made to be a leader. I made him very social and very intelligent. He's willing to step by when he needs to, but he is someone who could push the party forward if they needed it. Around this point, though, Rowan had started taking up a leadership role. So he didn't need to do that as much. But Vanir was pretty much the best face for the party. Even though Hugo had high charisma, he was not nice. He was rude. and most of his charisma was based around either deception, the guy who hates lying, by the way, or flirting with people. And so Vanir is just very sociable, and he knew a lot of people, and we met him in the town he grew up in. And so a lot of people started complaining, and by a lot of people, I mean Hugo's player specifically, and a little bit of Rowan's player, that Vanir got too much quote-unquote spotlight. As in, I guess I talked too much, because not a lot of things relating to his personal story or backstory were going on. Like, Vanir would find a book that he was looking for, and they would be like, oh, Vanir's getting too much spotlight. Like, Vanir's, like, the center of attention. Like, DM only cares about giving Vanir stuff. When, like, that was not the case at all. Because Hugo was going through an entire fucking arc with his past Aasimar guide, and, like, going on a path of redemption to become less fallen, and go back to being a Scourge Aasimar like he was before. And they, like, did, like, a whole quest about that. And then, you know, Hugo's player said that was basically nothing. And I felt bad for the DM at the time. Because, like, he was doing, like, a lot to make sure that, like, people were getting stuff. But I wanted to, like, talk about Spotlight. Let's see. I wrote, like, a list. Oh, I found an old vent that I did to Yara's player about, of the Vanir situation. The matter at hand is that people don't talk to Vanir unless I encourage them to, or they're getting something out of it. Last few times, someone reached out to Vanir of their own accord. Hey, Vanir, can you help me make a bomb? Vents about Lin. Vents about struggling to be social. Vents about kidnapping trauma. Vents about Lin. Hey, Vanir, what does it mean to be a good person? Give me therapy. Last times Vanir has interacted with people of his own accord. Hey, Rowan, what's Vulcan's deal? He's been acting odd. I wonder if you had a perspective on that. Hey, Chu and Emil, you don't know them. But they joined the group with Vanir. Want me to teach you about magic? Because you asked me to do that a while ago? Hey, Chu, your sword is interesting. Do you want me to like, figure out, like, when it was created for you? Because I can do that with my magic. Hey, Hugo, you want to hang out or just talk a bit? Tell me about your music. Oh my god, wait, I can help you get gifts for your family members when we head back to where you're from. That'd be awesome. Hey, Soul, teach me about nature. Oh my god, wasps are so small. What? There's no way being stung by that would actually hurt. Like, it's just like a little thing. Like, I could tank that. There's, you like, the difference is crazy. He could not tank that? Okay, I'm actually fucking pissed about it. Actually. Because he could have? So, okay. If a wasp stings you, what kind of check would you think you would make in order to, like, deal with that? Like, to see if you can withstand the pain of a wasp stinging you. You know, like, a wasp stings you, a little bit of venom gets in. Constitution? That's a good guess. That's a good guess. Any other guesses? Con? Yeah? Yeah? Vanir had really great con. He had a 19 con because he had an amulet of health. But for some reason, my DM decided it should be a wisdom save. Because he had a -2 in wisdom, and I think he just thought it'd be funny for Vanir to fail. Yeah, I don't understand it. You have to be so wise and perceptive in order to, you know, withstand the sting of a wasp. You have to have such high mental constitution. Constitution. I'm too wise for this wasp sting to hurt. This too shall pass. What people think Vanir would think when he gets stung by a wasp. So yeah, Vanir would have tanked it were it not for the DM purposely picking, like, his worst stat in order to make him look like a loser. This is something that happened a few times. Like just like a weird choice for a check to like make Vanir seem like worse at something than he actually would be. Like at least like make it. I don't know. Bully him for no like at least bully him for a reason, right? At least put him in a situation where his, like, low wisdom would be a reason for him to fail at something, right? Instead of just, like, arbitrarily deciding this is a wisdom check. Can these people back off of bullying Vanir? I think that's why that's what I'm literally saying. Let me see. Let's see about Spotlight. I think I said this to the DM, actually. Let me check out those DMs real quick. Someone asked Vanir if he could tank a 5,000 robot bees. He would say he could. I had a DM before, just like when I played the face on my Dragonborn Artificer, despite us not having any charisma-based classes in the party. Huh. That's weird. Like, someone needs to, like, step up and be the face sometimes. I don't know. It's really funny seeing Vanir in my DMs sometimes. I can't lie. Where is he? There he is. So, the idea of Spotlight became like a big drama point in the group. Like, who is focusing on what, and how do we define what character Spotlight is or whatever? And I was getting like kind of upset on behalf of Vulcan and Soul because stuff had not come up for them at all, and I'm trying to like get to where some of that, let's see. Okay, yeah. I was noting what we could count as character spotlight moments. So, like, looking at the campaign as a whole, what has every character gotten? So let's go for Hugo. He started his reclamation arc. He dealt with this guy named Atriel and other Aasimar of Empyrean that he needs to hunt down, and this is like this whole big quest that he's going on right now. It's like campaign centric. Rowan had the entire situation in their hometown, and also like changed their entire class, and like became like the head of a monastery, and got cursed by the fucking werewolf guy that was hunting him down. And they're like, fucking adoptive dad was out in the west wandering in the wilderness, and they got a boat from someone from their backstory. Vulcan, Chew, someone from his backstory showed up. Neil, they talked to his family a little bit. Vanir, we met his family. We talked to one of his classmates. His school blew up. Lurf, I really gotta thank you for sharing this entire story. This has almost calmed a lot of my anxiety about the Perfect Draw campaign. No matter how badly I fumble, I cannot possibly fuck up this bad. Yeah. But anyway, like, so like, this was like a big thing. I was like, Vanir's getting too much spotlight. And I'm like, I'm sorry he had a birthday party, you guys. I'm sorry he had a birthday party. He had a birthday party and everyone was upset at him for no reason. How dare he have his birthday? Yeah. Yeah. So, before we get too deep into it, there's one more Hugo thing I gotta bring up. And that is, the fact that Hugo's not Hugo. So, at some point, Hugo reveals that his real name is Ray. Oh yeah. He hid his identity about being a fallen Aasimar, and he lied about his identity. Again. And you know, Ray, who has been not really personable and kind of an asshole to the entire group, when he reveals this information, is like, I'm trying to be better, I've been through a lot in my life. You know, all the stuff that Lin said. The entire party comforts him as he cries, and they're like, we're here for you, Ray. Like, we get it. We understand. We're here to help you through your redemption arc. And Vanir just had to, like, stand over to the side and watch. And he was like, oh, I mean, like, good for him. Like, I don't know these people super well, so, like, yet, so I can't, like, I don't want to get in there, but, like, good for them. Good for them. And then Lurf, I was like, oh my fucking god, I want to strangle them. I want to strangle these people. I was losing it. They should've. Oh, and Ray's player was like, oh, like, when I first made Ray, I was prepared for something that happened to Lin to happen to Ray when he eventually revealed it. And I was talking and I was like, that is a crazy thing to expect to happen in a D&D campaign, because that should never happen. Ever. Honestly. You should not make a character and expect them to be, like, ostracized and kicked out by the party. And the fact that you thought that was a normal thing that was possible to happen to your character explains a lot about why it happened to my character. Around that time is also when Ray's player told me that the type of archetype of character that Lin was made him uncomfortable. And that's part of the reason why he didn't like Lin. Now, is Ray evil on his sheet? No. Lin was for a bit, but he got better. So here's the thing. Let's look at my boys here. We have Lin, and we have Ray. Let's look at the two of them. Secret race. Many names. Many names. Liar. Is evil. Thinks he's good. Is good, in quotes. Thinks he's evil. Redemption arc. Redemption arc. Hates Athara. Hates Athara. Now, looking at these guys are basically the same guy, except for this point. This point right here. Right? And you know what you typically call characters who are the same in every way except one fundamental way that splits them apart? They're called foils. They're called foils. They're called narrative foils. And they're really cool. They're really cool, aren't they? Like, narrative foils are so fucking cool. Now, a reminder, the type of character that Lin was, that archetype that he was, makes Ray's player uncomfortable. However, they're very similar. They're very similar characters. And, you know, like, they had this thing going on of, like, oh, Ray does a lot of damage, and Lin is a healer, and Lin is outwardly pleasant, and Ray is outwardly not pleasant. And then they have this, they had this really interesting thing going on. And remember before the two evil words, they were, like, forming a really interesting bond, I would say. They were really interesting bond. Like I said, if there was a fandom for this campaign, people would have had them kissing about it. People would ship the fuck out. They're like, this is like toxic yaoi 101. Toxic yaoi 1-on-1. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, 101. There we go. To borrow a phrase from Carlton for a second, tie me to a missile and fire me at Lur's old D&D group. I am ready. Yeah, so, you know, as I'm missing the yaoi that could have been, right? I noticed that Ray's player is kind of starting to, like, put a lot of, like, aggression on me, due to, like, the amount of quote-unquote spotlight that, that Vanir is getting. My poor son. And so it gets tense. And I start feeling uncomfortable even speaking in game because I'm worried I would be taking up too much spotlight. So I become like effectively mute during sessions for a while. And it upsets me because I feel like I can't play Vanir properly because Vanir is a very social and like talkative guy, you know? He's like, la la la, I love to talk, I love my friends, like, do. Like, that's just like the kind of guy he is. So, I'm getting upset, and in the middle of a session, I remember this vividly, I was on vacation in Hawaii. And I was playing a session, and I had to pause. I had to mute my microphone and cry because I was feeling so overwhelmed about session. And I would occasionally still like cry over Lin. Like I was in like a grieving process. And after session, I called my DM and I was like, "Hey, so all of this stuff is going on with Ray's player, and I feel like I can't talk during sessions. I feel like I'm always like stepping on toes. I feel like I can't play Vanir the way I want to play him, and I'm not having fun anymore. And I don't think that I'm able to play with Ray's player because it's stressing me out. So I'm considering leaving the campaign. Is what I said. And DM goes, "Oh no, don't worry about it. Don't worry. I'm the DM." And I can fix this. We can fix this. DM says that he would rather kick out Ray's player than kick out me. So like me leaving was never gonna be an option. Like it would always be Ray's player who went. And so I was like, okay, that's reassuring. And DM's like, why don't we get you two to have a little talkie-walkie, to talk it out, and see if like behavior can change, and we'll figure it out from there. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, that sounds like it'd be good. I love communication. We're both adults. What could possibly go wrong? And I said, okay, we'll do that. And if the behavior doesn't change within a month, then I'll leave. Multiple months go by. And sometimes it gets better, and then it always comes back to the same old thing where I feel like, you know, aggression is being taken out on me, and we're butting heads, and I feel like I'm not having fun, and I'm not able to play the game, and it sucks. It sucks hardcore. And every time I go to the DM and be like, okay, I'm really considering leaving now because like I'm getting pushed to my limit, and DM's like, no, wait, we can talk to Ray's player. We can talk to Ray's player. It'll be fine this time. It'll be fine this time. You know, I have multiple long talks with Ray player that seem to go well. I really do. And in one of them, I confide, and I said, you know, originally, for a while there, I thought that you didn't like Lin because he was too similar to Ray. And Ray's player goes, yeah, that was the reason. I didn't like that he was too similar to Ray, and it felt like he was getting more narrative attention than Ray. And so I didn't like him. They were too similar. And Ray's player could not see the beauty of narrative foils and thought, rather than, like, you know, Lin and Ray elevating each other in the narrative, Ray's player only saw Lin getting a cool arm and went, Lin is more important than my other guy in the narrative who's less important and is basically the same as him. So Lin gets narrative treatment for being Lin, who is basically my character, whereas I don't get any cool treatment, even though I do, and I refuse to acknowledge anything the DMs gets for me because I'm not Lin. And that fucking sucked to hear. I was like, damn. It's like, I knew it. I knew that was the case, and I knew you lied to me about the trope making you uncomfortable, but I wanted to believe in you because I have faith in other human beings. But I was like, okay, I understand that. Lin is gone anyway, so he'll never come back. The DM did promise that I could play Lin again if Ray's player did leave within that, like, first month, but that never happened. So time marches on. Like, about a year and a half goes by, and I'm like, DM, I'm not getting along with Ray's player again. I really think I should leave the campaign because I'm not having fun. And DM's like, no, hang on, we can fix it. We'll have a little talk. We'll have a little talk between you and Ray's player, and it'll be fine. I said, no, I am not talking to Ray's player. I'm done. I'm fucking done. I'm done having conversations about it. He was like, wait. I can talk to Ray's player. I'll do it. It'll be me, and I'll make sure it all works out fine. And I'm like, no, I don't think that's gonna help. We've done this so many times. I don't think it's gonna help talking to Ray's fucking player. It's not gonna work. I've been doing this for a year and a fucking half now. I said it would leave like after if the behavior didn't change in a month, and it's been over a year and a half. Okay, so I'm done. Done talking to Ray's player. And then he's like, well, hang on. Just like, give me like a little bit. Give me a little bit. And I go, fine. I'm really angry. I'm like, fine, whatever. Do whatever you say. And so they talk to Ray's player. And they're like, Ray's player is like, I'm in therapy. Yay. And I was like, cool. Great. I'm giving this like a week. And, you know, like, time goes on. And I get a 3-page essay from Ray's player going over the grievances that he has with me. It's all stuff we've talked about before, and all stuff that we will fundamentally never agree in. 3-page Google Doc. And so I get that essay, and I'm like, I will respond later. I can't do this right now. I don't want to respond to your essay. And I take multiple weeks, and I'm not in the mood. I have thoughts about how I want to respond, but I don't want to write it all out right now. I don't want to fucking deal with this right now. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of all this bullshit. It's bullshit. And I'm mad about it. Because we've already talked about all these things before. And he can't get through his head my stance on anything. It only cares about, like, oh, blah, 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 me, like, whatever. And not caring about... So, like, okay, well, a lot of the recent grievances had to do with off-time RP. Which was never a problem until Ray's player was less able to do it. It was never a problem that Vulcan never participated much in off-time RP. It wasn't a problem when Soul kind of started fading out of off-time RP. It wasn't a problem when Yara wasn't really around for off-time RP. It was never a fucking problem. But, me and the two new characters, who are, like, Chu, who's, like, floofy like this, and then Emil, who is a terror, who doesn't look like this, but I don't remember, I can't remember him off the top of my head, so this is gonna be our representations of them. So, like Chu and Emil, we loved off-time RP. Why? Because Ray's player made us so scared to speak out loud in session that only really Ray and Vulcan and Rowan and Soul got to talk during session. And so me and my other 3 pals went into off-time RP because it was the only time we felt safe to play our characters. And we figured it's equal because you get all the time to play your characters in the actual fucking session, and we get to do our little off-time RP. And Ray's like, we're left out. Actually, we're left out, and we feel left out, and it's unfair for you to do off-time RP because it leaves us out. And that makes us sad. Because I'm sad it's not about me. And here's the thing, off-time RP, it's not like there are two kinds of RP. Well, not just two, but like in this kind of context. So you have RP that's like this, right? Where it's like paragraph, like you're writing a book, right? Off-time RP is like this. Like you write a sentence, maybe two. Sometimes maybe you'll write like a short paragraph as your character goes on a monologue. But like it's like about like 95% dialogue, maybe 5% like describing the action. Whereas say like in other RP, like it's maybe like a 80% like description and like inner monologue or whatever, and then like 20% dialogue, right? Something like that. So off-time RP takes 2 seconds. It's like 2 seconds. You write a sentence, like as quick as writing a text message. So not only is it like quick to reply to, it's quick to read through. And anyone who is able to respond in the Discord server at any point in the week is capable of responding to off-time RP at any time. It's not closed off to anyone. Anyone can do it. But no, they're left out. They're left out. They just don't have time for it. They have time to hang out with people and like play video games on call. They have time to like talk to other people in the server. They have time to write a 3-page essay. 3 pages about how like oh no, we can't do off-time RP even though we RP all the time during sessions and you guys don't talk at all. So I'm gonna write 3 pages instead of just fucking joining us in off-time RP. Like, it would be so fucking easy for you to do that, actually. But whatever. Anyway, I tried to explain the fact that, you know, the 3 of us were actually feeling really left out, and off-time is our only way to actually play our characters, but, you know, it doesn't get through, doesn't get through his head, doesn't get through anyone's head. And at one point, I'm talking with Ray's player. And Ray's player, is like, it says the final straw for me. I can't go to therapy until what? Until what, chat? Until I respond to their essay! I was being used as an excuse to not go to therapy because he didn't want to go to therapy without an update. He thought that he needed to have an update in order to visit his therapist again. And I fucking snapped, and I was like, I am not your excuse to not go to therapy. And so I blocked him. I blocked him, and I went to the DM, and I went, I'm not playing this game anymore. I'm not playing. I can't play with this man anymore. I can't fucking do it. And the DM went, okay, listen, I'm the DM. Listen, I hear you. Like I always said, you're my priority. So we're kicking him out. And you can stay. Smiley face. And the thing is, I loathe to admit it, but this was like a little bit part of my evil plan. Not that I like didn't fully intend on leaving. And not that I didn't fucking try here. However, I knew that it would always be me over Ray's player. And not just because the DM said so, but because Soul's player and the other two, Chu and Emil's players, these two, these 3, all went, Lurf, if you have to leave the campaign over Ray's player, that's fucking bullshit and we're leaving with you. And some of them told the DM this. And so if I left 3 out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people in the campaign were going with me, I had the power to topple this campaign if I left. It would be over. I'm pretty sure Vulcan would have left too. So it would just be these 2. And so Ray was removed from the group. Ray was gone. And I said, playing Vanir makes me sad. Because it reminds me of a time I forced myself to be very preppy when I was not feeling preppy. I was like this. And that's not how I was feeling. I was feeling this. And so I ended up bringing in another character who's less important, but his name was the Collector, and I loved him dearly. That was my goat. I loved this guy. He was like really chill or whatever. I love him. I'll talk about him some other time. But Vanir had to leave. He had like a special guest star appearance later into the campaign for a brief moment. But the campaign went on for like another 6 months or so. As it was slowly rotting. And eventually Emil's player wanted to like switch character because Emil's arc had kind of finished. And due to like the constant switching around with characters, starting with Solstice and then really starting with Lin, who went into Imp, who went into Vanir, and now into Collector, and Vulcan, who went into Collector's like sexy partner Gwen, who was like really cool, and they had sex sometimes, and she was like in love with him, but he was an asshole. Tor's wife, yeah. Like, due to all the constant character switches, this was kind of the straw that broke the DM's back, so to speak. And on a night that we were supposed to play, and we were expecting to play, instead we all got into call and the DM went, "Hey, I'm canceling the campaign." Because Emil's player wants to play a different character. And I don't really feel like doing that. And also, Rowan's player said that if Emil's player did that they would just leave the campaign because they feel like no attachment to any of the cast anymore after Ray's player left and after Vanir had to switch. And like they're not close to Soul, and it's really only because Rowan started dating Emil, so like they just didn't want to be in a campaign where they couldn't have their romance option. So we're just kind of cancel the entire thing. This is right as I started having fun again. I felt hella bad for Emil's player. Like the whole blame was basically put on them. But yeah, that was like my many years of dealing with this fucking bullshit ass D&D campaign that fucking sucked, and I only really had fun for maybe like 5 months of it all. At least the fan you drew was fire. It was really good. Oh, here's a fun fact. Emil's player once told me that they didn't want to draw fan art of Ray because they were scared that it would somehow make Ray's player upset. One time, Ray made them have a panic attack during class. So, like, it wasn't just me, it just, like, most of the aggression that Ray's player had was going towards me. I took the brunt of it, but it was, like, seeping out to everyone. Like, it soured everyone's mood. It wasn't just me. I just got the most of it. Yeah! My ass was so fat and juicy. Like, you know, it is what it is. It's kind of incredible how much I hate, not some of these people, but I do not personally know them, but the idea of some of these people. Yeah. Yeah. Now let it be known, Soul's player, Yara's player, and Vulcan's player, fucking awesome. I love them all. Like Soul's continued relationship with Lin after he left was very, very sweet. Yara the goat left for me, and to be honest, Vulcan's player didn't really know about the drama going on. Vulcan's player was just here vibing, and Vulcan's player is really chill, and, you know, like, felt like really bad after learning about all the drama. But these two were never fucking sorry. Upset the fuck out of me. Traumatized me, actually. I actually revealed a lot more of Vanir's backstory than I wanted to at the start because I got so scared of having a character having secrets that I was incapable of holding it back because I thought, oh no, if they find out that Vanir has a secret, they're going to kick him out of the group. We consider Vulcan and Lin kissing? I think that would be valid, yeah. Although shit about Ray just reminds me of the worst human I have the best pleasure in knowing. Yeah. Let characters line up. I know, right? Please, let me character lie and have a secret, please. I used to have so much fun playing characters like that, and I still get like a little anxious about it. It's just rough, and like I had to walk around. Like I did feel like I had to walk on eggshells a lot of the time. Like his anger issues were rough. And I gave him like so much. I gave him so many chances. It was crazy. And I was so happy I didn't have to respond to that essay. In fact, me and Yara's player, I showed it to Yara and we played a drinking game. We took a shot every time that Ray's player repeated himself in the essay. We got fucked up. It was awesome. I feel people just don't know how to handle conflict in game anymore. A lot of it was because Ray couldn't like separate like there was no separation between player and character for Ray. Like Vanir like went off at Ray one time, and Ray's player got like personally hurt by it, and I had to like apologize and check in and make sure make sure things were good, because it was about Ray and not Ray's player. But okay, what was Vanir was mad because they essentially gave him. Oh yeah. Okay. So this is part of Ray's personal quest, in which, in order to become a full Aasimar again, he had to basically like leech the the holy energy out of his guide's previous Aasimar. So his guide had enough power to reverse the fact that he had become fallen, basically. So he and here's the thing about this version of Vanir. This is not canon to him anymore. Do not take this as real Vanir lore. This was campaign lore. But Vanir, this little guy, he fell behind in school due to extenuating circumstances. He was an Aasimar, actually. He was an Aasimar, and then Mistra, god of magic, went poof. She went poof, and she was gone. We don't know where she went, and she took the magic away. And he was like, "Oh no, how do I fix this?" And like the evil people at his school were like, "Hey, buddy, we've been doing experiments on Aasimar, and like we might be able to help you figure out what the deal is." And Vanir was like, "Yeah, okay, yay, I'll do that. That sounds fun and safe." He didn't think it was fun and safe, but like he was like, I need answers desperately, and I want my magic back because I'm like cramming. I'm gonna like fucking flunk out of school if about this shit. And what he didn't realize is he fucking like signed him, like his teacher signed himself for fucking torture. And he got his Aasimarness taken out of him, like all of his like his holy energy, just like connection to Mistra was almost completely stripped out of him. And it changed him physically, and made him constantly feel like he was dying. Like he had like a -2 constitution. He had to wear an amulet of health to like keep himself alive after the aftermath of these experiments. He got the permanent disability. And so when he heard that Ray basically did the same thing to someone else and took that holy power out of them, like their Aasimar energy, and like made them like quote unquote normal, Vanir was so furious because he knows like how debilitating that is and how like much it fucking sucks. And he went out of his way to get an amulet of health for that guy. And he fucking like tore into everyone because of it, because it was not fun and not funny. And like, how dare they do that to someone? They didn't know that Vanir like had that going on because Vanir never wants to admit that he has like a weakness or a flaw, but he was just like, he was so mad. And he said, you know, like, Ray, like, I used to think, like, oh, maybe you might be, like, a good person behind it all. And you were just, like, prickly. But now I just know that you are an asshole. Actually. Like, you just suck. And that made Ray's player very sad. Because he was like, oh, no. Vanir said I suck. Did the DM not coordinate backstories? No. We all kind of like came with our own stuff. What I normally do with DMs is I make sure that my backstory fits into the world lore, where, as I know, Ray basically just like slammed down like a backstory that he had been working on for like 2 years prior and was very proud of the fact that he'd been working on this character for 2 years and just went, this is my character. Whereas I went to the DM and I was like, okay, so what's the lore like? Like, I have some vague concepts of like, maybe I want to play a Twilight cleric who's like evil, like maybe a changeling, I don't know, or I have this other concept and I have this other concept. What do you think will work? Like, and I throw around ideas and then I build something where, you know, like I it's very difficult for me to rip the character out of that world. It's like kind of my ideal goal. But I know Ray just like slammed the backstory down on the table, and that's not how I go. All of my characters were me working with the DM to make sure I got something that fit within the world and the lore. Collector, like, a little less so. I was loosey-goosey with him, but that's just because I knew the lore well enough already. I want to know what the 2 years were used for as well. But anyway, yeah, Vanir very personally upset about that. Vanir was like, yeah, how dare you celebrate the fact that a guy is going to feel like he's constantly on the brink of death for the rest of his life? How dare you, like, cheer and whoop about that? That's not cool. That's not fun. I think you're actively a bad person if you're celebrating something like that. Even if it is what your guide has to say, it doesn't mean you have to, like even if you are forced to do it because your guide said so, I don't think you should whoop and cheer about it. I think that's like a fucking dick move. Like, you better like treat this with respect, you know? Like get him a fucking like amulet of health or something to like make up for this if it's something you actually have to do. Vanir did it. Vanir almost couldn't afford it, because his dad wouldn't give him money. So he was like this close, like that close, to giving up his own amulet of health. But he ended up asking one of his very suspicious teachers for a second one because of it. And his teacher was like, okay, you're my favorite boy, so I'll give you one. And he left it at the guy's doorstep because Vanir is fucking nice. Also, that makes Ray's ASMR guide also evil to tear down another ASMR. Oh, it was, listen, our DM was not very, like, on the surface, the campaign looked fine, but, like, when you looked at the nitty-gritty of the details, everything was like, this doesn't make any sense at all. But the general idea was Ray's ASMR had spread his guide had spread his power a little too thin, and he wasn't able to take back the power he had gifted on his own, so he was having Ray do it, so he could, like, rip Ray out of fallen status, basically. Something like that. I heard that eventually the lore was going to be that, like, Ray was going to, like, evolve to the status of Deva by the end of the campaign or something like that, and, like, was going to, like, take his guide's place, and his guide was, like, kind of grooming him for that position or something like that. Like, I don't fucking know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Ray should be given any power whatsoever. I think that's like a bad idea. My thoughts. Vanir's literally so nice, okay? That's my guy. That's my little boy. And now we turn to how the D&D axis can often be evil and honest evil. Yeah, like I said earlier in the stream, my idea of good versus evil in D&D is more so altruistic / like selfless versus selfish. An evil person's actions can be good, but if they're doing it for selfish reasons like revenge or like for their own personal gain, even if it helps other people, that's still evil. Whereas a good person, you know, like doing the same actions, if they're doing it for the good of the people and doing it for reasons that don't benefit themselves, it's good, you know? And then, you know, if like a person does bad things for the quote unquote right reason, that's also evil because they think, you know, they are able to harm others because they believe what is right. It's basically like, oh, do they think they're above others? Do they think that like they know best, or are they doing this for their own personal like selfish goals instead of for the greater good of the people around them and helping the people they love? You know, that's kind of my thing. It's not like, oh, evil person does evil bad all the time and good person only good. It's kind of like about the motivation behind the action, as well as like, you know, it's more nuanced than that. It's more nuanced than just good bad. Like until the very end, like nearing the end of his time, like his stay with the party, Lin was very selfish until he had that one selfless thought that started moving him towards a lawful neutral position. It's kind of insane the amount of disdain I'm feeling for the actions of the Ray player. Dude, people got so mad at him on my behalf. It's crazy. Like, I would be telling my friends about this, be like, I would have fucking punched him so bad. Like, I would be pissing me off so bad. And I'm like, yeah. Can I tell you, like, the worst thing about being me? I'm not even mad at him anymore. I'm not even upset about it. Like, obviously, it's fun to, like, rant and vent about it, but, like, if I were to say, like, I hold, like, personal deep rage that still burns within me, I don't. It was a bullshit situation, though. It took me, like, 2 years to get mad at him. And then after I like, blocked him, I was just not mad anymore. That is kind of part of the reason I hold this rage, actually. On my behalf. I love when people are mad for me, because I can never, like, stay mad or get mad when I need to, unless I've been, like, really pushed to the brink. It's good to move on, however, I would be mad anyways. I just can't hold a grudge, man. I just really can't. Like, I don't know, I hope he's gone to therapy and gotten better. I do care about him a lot as a friend, like, I mean, there's a reason I was willing to give so many chances, but he just wasn't good for me to be around, and I had to acknowledge that and be like, okay, I cannot be friends with you anymore, even if I do care about you as a friend. Did Zay race players not going to therapy because Lin wasn't playing his essay? Fuck! I've got better too because I want people to be good. My hopes are rock fucking bottom though. Like the bar is below hell. Feels a lot like race player could accept the louder side repeat. Yeah, I think that's a fault of planning his character out 2 years in advance. I find when people come to hang on, drink water. I find when people come to a campaign with a pre-made character in mind and aren't like making one for the campaign, they have a very specific vision of what they want that character to be and what they want their arc to be and how everything is supposed to go down with them. And they won't budge on that vision because they've been envisioning it for so long. Whereas, like, I initially planned Lin with no plans of redemption. I didn't really have much plans. I had, like, plans, like, obviously for, like, if he succeeds and, like, goes where he wants to go, this is what he wants to do. But I didn't, like, have any plans of, like, and then he'll get a redemption arc if this happens, and then he'll be evil if this happens. You know, I didn't have stuff like that. But Ray had things like, okay, if this specific thing happens, then this will help them deal with, like, the tragedy of dead brother. And if this specific thing happens, this will help him, like, get over, like, his like, self-hatred or whatever, and I need these specific events to play out. Like, Ray cannot get over himself until he finally visits his family after not seeing them for years. And no, like, support or guiding words or help from the party will make Ray budge until he has that moment with his family. This is why I keep my D&D pre-made OCs down to like light backstory and personality traits, bonds, flaws. I don't cook them further in my other OCs. For me, it depends. Sometimes I like to keep it simple. Sometimes I really cook. The important part about cooking for me, though, is that I cook within the world. Like, Lin's backstory, pretty in-depth. Vanir's backstory is pretty in-depth. Collector's backstory is crazy in-depth. Imp's backstory, not so much. But Imp was only there for a little bit. I kept her really simple. But, like, the key is... Like, my character's history is only a way for me to figure out how they interact with others. It doesn't inform their future path, you know? Like, my character's history, you know, it only affects everything back here. And, like, sure, it does, like, a vaguely affect what's going on here, but not in a way where, like, it's gonna prevent them from, like, from changing or doing anything. It just informs their decisions going forward. Whereas, like, the issue here is Ray cannot become a better person due to his past trauma because of the thing that happened with his family. So the only way for him to become a better person is when he eventually reunites with his family. Whereas, say, with the Collector, I'm like, this guy has commitment issues due to this, this, and this on his timeline. I do not know how he'll get over these commitment issues, or if he will. I will find out based on how people interact with him. You know? I don't plot my characters' futures beyond, like, what their goal is, you know? Vanir wanted to overthrow Athara. That's his goal. Sorry, not Vanir. Lin wanted to overthrow Athara. That's his goal. Vanir wanted to, like, help Mistra and, like, make his own spells and, like, become, like, you know, like a really famous wizard. Maybe he wanted to be Gale and become, like, a god or something. I don't know. He maybe wanted to be Karsus or something, but, like, do it right. Who knows? Yeah, he had a lot of ideas. Collector was just vibing, to be honest. Collector didn't have any long-term goals. He was just like, yeah, I'm just here. I'm going with the flow. But I never go, like, oh, Vanir absolutely has to follow this path. Like, people can sway him off the path. People can help him get there faster than he would have normally. You know, like I never planned for Lin to have a redemption arc. He had one. I didn't think, like, oh, if someone treated Lin in this specific way, he's going to soften up and become close with him, and that's going to inspire a redemption arc in him. Like, that's stupid. I just knew what he planned to do. I didn't know how he was going to get there, or what, like, you know? Collector just fucked around and fucked around. Yeah, it's true, he did. With the ominous Tora in the corner. Yeah, his, like, ominous girlfriend. His, like, yandere girlfriend. Sorry, his ex. He broke up with her because she took out his eye. I forgot how to draw her. I'm sorry, honey. And then she had a big fuck-ass tiger. Who hated him. That's no reason to break up with someone? Yeah, I mean, she only did that because it was her birthday. And he was being an asshole to her because they're, like, one of their close friends just died and he was isolating and she wanted to confide in her boyfriend of, like, several decades because they're fucking elves. But he deserved it! He did! You did write Tora into the campaign extension, yeah. You were official. We support everyone's wrongs. We do. Anyway, that's the campaign drama that led to the creation of Vanir. And I mean, like, one, I just think Vanir would be, like, an excellent online personality, but also, like, I did really like playing Vanir, and I enjoyed him, and I was very sad that Ray's player ended up making Vanir someone that that made me upset to play, and I kind of want to reclaim him, you know, like I want to be able to play Vanir and have fun with it and enjoy him and have him be the character I've always wanted him to be. 2026 is the year of Vanir. Well, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Maybe like 2027 or something. Like, I have a lot of assets to make. 2028. True. That's realistic. But yeah, that's the story. Anyway, if it wasn't for Vulcan saying these two words, we would never have Vanir. Chapter of One Piece to the pile, baby. Look at all that streaming today had. Did a lot. I told you guys it was a long story. Or can I ask one thing? Yeah, ask away. Ask whatever questions you want to ask. Can you draw Lin catching a fucking break for once? Yeah. Absolutely, I can. Give him hot chalky for sure. I can draw his like redemption design. Let's have him like you know, like a little smile going on. You're gonna have like a big old mug. Holding the mug in both hands. We're not gonna like pay mind to like my anatomy right now. Because it's not gonna be good because it's 8 in the morning. He's a lot buffer than Vanir. Only Adrius was a twink. He roleplayed as a twink to seem less hang on. He doesn't get this, sorry. I forgot almost. Yeah. He lost it. Which means I can kind of like go like full hand on this one. I remember vaguely talking about Lin and Toro once they were doing that. I feel like they could meet because Lin did retire to Mortem and he made a cat cafe. He had a cat growing up that he loved dearly. Goals, yeah. There was one like brief moment after like Lin got exiled where like the BBUG of the entire campaign came and visited him before anyone else and like tried to get Lin to join him and Lin said no fuck you and it was really good. I still have the RP for that, I think. I like wrote it in like a Google Doc or something. I could read that. It's like probably like one of like my favorite things I've written as Lin. Look at my man. He's so tired. My guy. I don't even know what clothes to put him in. kind of just like general like mortem attire or whatever. My boy. I miss him. He's tired. It's my man. He's like a little Dilfy. Oh, I did make like a secret last persona for Lin, who is a tiefling who had like a crescent moon shaped like horn pattern, who was really cool, who like combined like a bunch of traits from his other personas. I don't have like the design like off the top of my head for him, but like he was really cool. Um his name was Honesty because like tieflings have like virtue names that are like things they like want to embody. And so that was like something like Lin wanted to embody after like being like kicked from the party. I think the horns are like kind of like that. And I loved Honesty. He was really cool. I made a joke once that at the cat cafe, like he has like drawings of the party members and they're like banned, like they're not allowed in there. That's my boy. I love you, Honesty. It's something like this. Oh, best friend Yara is a lot. Yara and Soul are allowed in, but only those two. No, Vulcan is the fucking person who caused this. Fuck Vulcan. Like, he's especially not allowed. Not Vulcan. Yeah, it was a new persona that I had for him. I think I have like the art for him somewhere. Let me pull it out. I can actually grab a bunch of old Lin stuff as long as I don't hate it. Let me grab things. Everybody. Now hang on. Oh yeah, everyone loves me is on here. That's fine. I'm like worried for a second that we got on the wrong playlist. I was like, no, this is put on here. Let's see. Lin content. Lin content. Where are you? Um. Upsetting how much art I drew of Adrius and Hugo. Genuinely, I was like really passionate about them. I thought they were really cool. Yeah, Nigel. I did briefly join another campaign with the same DM, and we thought it'd be funny if for my character his BBG was Lin, who had risen to Witchhood. So I did have like an actual like full on straight up like villain AU Lin that existed at some point, and that was really fun. Oh shit, I found the sex! I'm not showing that on stream, but I did find it. Got that. Okay, I think that's everything that I have that I want to show. We're getting into, like, other campaign shit. Yeah, all this other stuff, we're not getting to, like, Vanir territory. Sending these to my computer. Should I be something? I'm just clarifying in case you got like scared that I'm like, oh my god, I found the sex. What if I showed it? Like I'm not stupid. Post it in Jart. I don't feel it. I don't know. I don't. I'm scared of showing my sex art to people. Send it to you. I'll send it to you later. Yeah, remind me. I probably have already sent it to you. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so here, oh fuck, that's big. Hang on. This was me working on like a level design like concept for like Lin Redemption era. He had a tattoo, but because he's a changeling, he's able to move the link around, so I thought it'd be fun to have him like get like an Ouroboros around the neck. Chisel chin. Yeah, he had like a strong jawline thing going on. He shaved his fuck ass goatee. Yeah, because like that's the show that he has. Like he's redeemed. The thing was fucking stupid. Um, evil stored in the goatee. Yeah. Um, here's like a little bit of like art of me thinking of that one like Boingo Boingo song where it's like from my heart and from my hand. Why don't people understand my intentions? Because you know that's very him. I love him. That's my boy. He's good and normal. Chili means well. Yeah. Um, Nigel, I know you love Lynn, but don't get in the way of my monitor, okay, bud? Uh, here's just cute Adrius art because I love him. He's like the love of my life. My boy. There's some like fuck ass like Hugo and Adrius moment. Oh, also, stupid thing. Ray had like a fucked up like eye on his hand on his right hand from his guide. So Ray had a fucked up right hand and Lynn had a fucked up left hand. If that why weren't they toxic Yowie? Literally, why weren't they? I knew I drew art of it, but I don't know where it is. But I drew art of that like specific thing. They were such foils. They were such foils. None of it was intentional. We didn't coordinate it. I think if we did, then Ray's player would have been evil about it. The parallels go fucking great. Like literally, they could have been everything, but instead they were the destruction of everything we held dear. What's this? Okay, here's like a little doodle of honesty. This is like POV. Honesty sees the fucking party. I liked the horn shape of like the crescent thing going on here. Um, he kept like the little side things from Adrius, the little like bang swoop that Lin had, and his eyes glowed the way that Claire's did. I agree. Um, here's some like colored honesty. I love him. A little ominous. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. Love this guy. Oh man. He's sick as hell. Yeah, he's blue. He's blue. He's in his emo phase, I fear. Yeah, like blue hair and pronouns. What's wrong with him? And then I have varying concepts for like Lin Redemption, like prosthetic shit. So let me like small this down. But like I had this idea of like this magic stone thing going on here. Where like he could activate it and it would kind of like give like a kind of like ghosty astral arm kind of a deal. Something like that. I decided like a variant that like was like more solid. Hey, Lorf, so you went through all this, and then during the perfect character planning for the perfect draw, you were like, your character wants to be fucking murder my character? That's awesome! Because here's the thing, here's the thing, here's the thing, here's the thing, here's the thing. We're starting out with that as like the baseline, right? Like so I'm like expecting it, you know? It's not like all of a sudden like everyone's like, "Oh, my character." Like I don't think any of you plan on kicking Conrad Martins out of the group, right? Like he's sticking around. Like you're not gonna banish him to the ether. You're not gonna kill him in cold blood without making sure that I'm absolutely actually okay with it. Because you know, like I'm fine for anything happening to my characters as long as like you have my permission first, you know. And I went around to people during that time and said, hey, I want to keep playing my character. I'm not entirely on board with this. I would like to keep playing my character. And then I wasn't listened to. If I was so down, like legit, if I was like, say like it was a situation where like Lin had actively like betrayed the party and they're like there's no way the party's gonna forgive this, we're gonna banish him, I would be like, yeah, I would have expected that. Get his ass, beat his ass up. I have plans with Austin to make him a fucking future villain. I dropped my DM's name, that's fine. I have plans to make him a big bad in the future. Like I did have planned scenarios like in my head of like, okay, like what if this happens if Vanir like not Vanir, if Lin leaves the party, like could I maybe stop being a player and like join you as a co-DM and we can make him like a villain and the DM was like cool with that. But this was not like this is not a scenario like that. Like Lin was actually growing to be a better person and was like confiding in the party. So like it wasn't like a I leave the group situation because my evil character has succeeded in evil plans. It was a we're having character moments. My character may be an inconsistent, cruel, basically evil characters, but yours is mean slash too similar to mine, and that's where thing is he was never mean. He just lied twice. Like he was never really rude to anyone. He was always like very like chill and passive. Like he might be like a little passive aggressive at some point or like give like a sarcastic comment, but he was genuinely very pleasant and very kind. He made a lot of food for everyone. He was like very stable. He like I said, he was kind of like the party leader. And meanwhile, like Ray was a little bastard. Ray was like constantly insulting people and just being like a bother to be around and like shoving people away and refusing to let people get close to him. Like he was a cactus. I have some memes. So I remember mentioning early. Wait, I found the hand art. It's here. Look, see? See, they have their hands. Look at them. These are fucking cool. And like the eye hand and the rotted hands. They could hold hands with their fucked up hands. They could hold them. Fucked up hand and fucked up hand. It could have happened. It would have been awesome. What if they held hands with their fucked up? What if? Hey, you were they were good. What the hell? This is one of my favorite memes I drew from around that era. You want to talk about your problems, Adrius? This is Yara. No, I do. I know, Rowan. I'm cursed. I know, Rowan. I love them. My little guys. Yara, my goat, always concerned about Adrius's problems. They could have said you were coming down with me hand in a lovable hand. They literally could. No, now you have to you just said the city is death desert with only your swimsuit. It's so fucked up. I actually there's a song I've been wanting to make a Lin animatic to for a long time now. I think about it. Oh, here's one of my favorites. Remember how I said that Lin like hated Beck? I like to draw him beefing with him. like his personas. Like Beck fucking like stole his like he like stomped on his crops, like ruined his life, slaughtered his cattle. Like this is just yeah, I just think it's really funny for him to hate his OC that bad. He just like really didn't like his OC. He just like this is how we get them to like us, and Lynn's like, I fucking hate that thing. Stop pretending to be that thing. I hate it. It's not us. Never be us. I forgot Beck had like a shaved head. That's what I was misremembering about him. But he really was a theater kid. Like he was like the most queer kid around. Actually, I'm sorry. Beck's pronouns were they, them, and I've been misgendering Beck this whole time. Lin was gender fluid in the sense that, like, he would match whatever gender of the persona that he was playing, but, like, Lin himself, base form, was he, him, and it was, like, pretty chill with that. Hmm. Now, why is that not working? There we go. And then, which one is this? Okay, no, never mind. Just remember that you mentioned people were kind of aerophobic to Lin after the reveal also. Yeah, because, like, he didn't, like, he dated Rowan that one time because he didn't want to lose his connection to Rowan, and, like, again, he's Tistic. I learned a lot about myself by playing Lin, and, like, it's not like he didn't give a shit about Rowan, because he did. Um, but, like, you know, like, when someone's like, I have a crush on you, I guess, like, in my past experiences, I was kind of drawing from that. And, like, I'm not aromantic, I'm demi-romantic, but, like, it's a similar feeling where, like, someone I don't really have those feelings for comes at me and it's like, I have a crush on you, and I go, I mean, I enjoy your company, so I might as well try it. And that was kind of how Lin was. Alongside the, I want to keep Rowan on my side, I don't want to lose this bond I have with Rowan. Rowan has been good to me, and I enjoy Rowan's company, and Rowan is also useful to me. But, like, I mentioned that Lin was aromantic, and they were like, how could he do this to my baby? Was essentially, like, the reaction. Like, this is so fucked up, I can't believe, like, he would date Rowan. Without realizing that, like, I don't know, maybe Lin doesn't fully process the fact that he's aromantic. Evil manipulator for being aromantic, yeah. God forbid aro ace people have. The thing is, Rowan was asexual! Like, it's specifically, like, the not having romantic feelings that was villainized. Like, God forbid Lin fuck, but not be interested in forming, like, romantic connections with someone. I don't know. Government air people, literally. It was so bad. But Lin's song, fuck was it? What was it called again? Let me like look at his redemption playlist really quick. Aha! I have been wanting, I think since Lin got booted from the party, I have been wanting to make a an animatic to the Great Comet's Dust and Ashes for him. Let me like read aloud some of the lyrics here. Is this how I die, ridiculed and laughed at wearing clown shoes? Is this how I die, furious and reckless, sick with booze? How did I live? I taste every wasted minute, every time I turned away from the things that might have healed me. How long have I been sleeping? Is this how I die, frightened like a child, lazy and numb? Is this how I die, pretending and preposterous and dumb? How did I live? Was I kind enough and good enough? Did I love enough? Did I ever look up and see the moon and the stars in the sky? Or why have I been sleeping? I'm just like, so much of this like screams like Lin at that moment in time. And I kind of want to do it from like the moment the party starts confronting him when he's in his clown shoes, his bathing suit, to when he's like leaving and like getting rid of his arm and stuff like that. And like going off on his own. All the things I could have been, but I never had the nerve. Life and love I don't deserve. So all right, I've had my time. Close my eyes, let the death bells chime. Bury me in burgundy, I just don't care. Nothing's left, I looked everywhere. I'm like, so how I die. Was there any other way my life could be? Is this how I die? Such a slog of feelings inside of me. But then why am I screaming? Why am I shaking? Oh God, was there something that I missed? Did I squander my divinity? Was happiness within me the whole time? My boy, my boy. It would be a fire animatic, yeah. It also helps a lot that that is kind of how I picture Lin's voice singing anyway. I imagine him with a very like deep and rich voice. So it's just like, oh man, good shit, good shit, good shit. Oh man, Lin, my boy. I love this guy. He went through so much for what? For why? You should write an arrow character. It's fun. Actually, I do have that one thing of whatchamacallit of when Lin faced the BBEG of the campaign. I have it written out in Google Docs. Do we want like a final story time before I end stream? Of like one of like the pinnacle of like Lin characterization for me? Is I rewrote it to be like pretty much mostly from his point of view, if I remember right. It was like a full like first person thing. Okay, awesome, awesome. Let me read it then, and then we'll end things off. Surrounded by a vast sea of stars, my body is weightless as if flying or else floating in the water. The sight brings forth a somewhat recent memory of mind. Back to the water, and face up to the night skies. I contemplated everything I had lost, still ignorant to the struggles I would face later on in this journey of mine. But I believe it's more akin to pointless wandering than a proper journey, for there's no real purpose in my movement. I'm not alone in this place, though I cannot see anything other than stars. I feel a presence. It's a nostalgic feeling, being surrounded by that which is greater than I. What was once a comfort now fills me with a bitter feeling. Heed not our apology for an admittance of my own folly, for we apologize not for the us, but for the it, for the deep twister of death that hath brought one to thine own knees. 'Tis unfair. My eyes narrow, though I can only see through one now. I don't care for the pity of greater beings. Who are you then? And what do you want from me? The presence responds. What could constitute as me does not exist, not in any state. It is yet another impossibility. It speaks nonsensically, although that is also a trademark of the divine. Forces beyond comprehension, the very concept irritates me. For I know that I could comprehend it, if given the chance. This place overwhelms me. The only chance of staying grounded is to focus on the mundane, my thoughts, my breath. What we wish is a simple inquiry. We need not more. The great binding threads that have wound around your form are far too tight. We wish for nothing but to unravel thee from which holds you in such an unfortunate form. I cannot help but chuckle at its words. Unfortunate was a fitting descriptor. I am in quite a pitiful state, yes. You have my curiosity, but nothing more. I've been deceived far too many times to accept offers without skepticism. Time and time again, being used by those I thought I could trust. Taya, my old friend, Ogma, or so I thought, and all those I had briefly considered my friends. While the being before me appears to have no malintentions, I find myself hesitant. I sense no malintent in those who have done me wrong in the past. It's only natural I deem this perceived offer as too good to be true. Even if it were to extend a hand to me, I no longer have one to shake it with in return. What are your intentions with me? The end goal. Tell me how this benefits you, and what will become of me. Even if I try to perceive this being, I'm unable to. My eyes search for no avail, trying to understand what it is before me. But my mind is in no shape to even know where to begin. Even as it speaks to me, I cannot hear a voice. I simply know what it intends. A sensation impossible to describe, not even akin to telepathy. It's a feeling in my gut, rather, that tells me the words. 'Tis been beheld to us. The grand web that hath enwrapped all that can be called you has been burned and rewound many a time, each leaving its very own scarring. Your form is held to be nothing but astral kindling to the uncaring marching of time. It is not a factor here, however. What could be called our goals hold no benefit to us. We are not tempted, and your choice doth not bring harm. We are merely as curious to you as you are to us. Riddles, but ones I understand. I wait for it to continue, although time seems non-existent in this place, as if this conversation has already begun yet ended a long time ago. The startings of a migraine ache at my skull as I try to perceive my past, present, and future. So I must focus on the only thing a mere mortal can, and arguably the only thing a mortal should, the present. We hath but one query. Do you seek strength, or do you seek balance? May your answer be naught but true. Quite the heavy question. And vague, too. Internally, I find myself groaning in irritation. How tired I am of vague nonsense. Would it kill these omnipotent beings to be straightforward for once? I wonder if it can read my thoughts. I'm often quite good at keeping my composure, but I suppose it wouldn't matter if that was the case. The thing seems to exist all around me, invading and overwhelming every single one of my senses. It's not something I can predict, much to my chagrin. I'm not even going to pretend to be pretentious enough to think that I can understand the motivations of such a being. Especially not in this moment. Incomprehensible. Its words, its form, its everything. I thought I had gave this up when I bludgeoned my arm off my body, and yet here I am. I really wonder if Solstice has to deal with nonsense like this too. Perhaps whatever we got involved with perhaps whatever we all got involved with was inescapable. I'm sure this must be related in some shape or form. Only a true answer, is it? Can I emote here? If so, I'm sure I have a sardonic smile on my face. Yes, endless incomprehensible entity, of course, an answer true to myself. How easy. I exhale a breath I may or may not have, dropping my attitude. What am I, a child? Honestly, it's a difficult choice, not because I'm unsure on which to choose. No, I knew the option I wanted from the second it was uttered. My only question was whether it was correct or not. What answer did it want? And what answer was actually accurate to myself? I think I lost myself somewhere along my journey, lost sight of what was important to me, my bonds, my family, my faith. Everything was taken, twisted and warped until I was but a shadow of who I was and only an echo of who I wanted to be. Now it's hard to tell what I'm supposed to do, who I'm meant to be, which paths were right and which ones were wrong, and whether I cared or not, whether they were or not. Strength, balance, those can mean anything. Balance of what? Strength for what purpose? Either of these can be twisted and formed whatever you want them to be. So the choice didn't even matter. What was the intention? Equality is a myth. I find myself mumbling my thoughts out loud. As nice it would be to find the world in balance, everything in equilibrium, it feels like a fantasy. Facade. I'd know all about facades. I'd go as far to say balance is a detriment. Where would society be without its leaders? Those who rise above the rest? I'm not speaking of those who abuse powers like dictators or tyrants, but those who make a difference. Going even further, what of the gods? The scales of this world are always tipped in the favor of someone else. While some may abuse that power, I find it better that way regardless. There would be nothing for people to strive for otherwise. Is that not the purpose of life? To constantly improve? Sapient beings find no greater motivation than attempting to tip those scales in their favor, regardless of the scale. Defeating a rival, outdoing your previous self, outwitting a tyrant? I'm the same way. I find myself loathing not having a face to direct my gaze at. Some kind of form. I want to look it in the eyes. Of course my answer is strength. What other answer is there for me? I've always sought it out. Reading and researching to strengthen my mind. Praying to strengthen my faith. Training to strengthen my skills. Power. My defining motivator. The reason I'm so pitiful is because I lost any and all semblance of the power I had. My role as second in command, my magic, my weaponry, all stripped from me, metaphorically and literally. I choose strength to protect my ideals, myself, and what I care about, and to ensure that I'm able to follow through on my goals, whatever they may be. Perhaps striving for that power makes me villainous. People may consider my methods unsavory, but my intentions are only known to me. It's those people who make assumptions with little basis that truly get on my nerves. A handful of faces come to mind. I want to recover. I want to get out of this rut that I'm in. And the only way I can see to do that, again, is to regain my strength, bit by bit, until I'm able to fight for what I believe in yet again. Despite not having eyes, I can feel the way it stares at me. It crawls through my forearm, as if it can see every inch of me, inside and out. We see, and yet, the truest of all which that can balance would bring forth the future you do believe power will bring you towards. Your power may bring you, Your power may bring you, may bring what you construct to be recovery, but such a folly may only hold these wounds closed temporary. In this moment, I feel as if I am more knowledgeable than the divine. I decide this entity knows nothing. Nothing at all. A great balance fixes this. The strife you have faced, the injustices that have been wrought through you, the everlasting corruption that runs through, which has held you and so many others for all time that has passed. Strength and suffering is a cycle. Undisputed strength brings forth ones who cannot stand for such an impossible thing. This creates more unrest and injustice yet again. Corruption and power are not more than synonyms of each other, if wielded with untested hands. Think me idiotic? You think strength is your key, but your words speak of a wish for this world to be truly fair. How idyllic. It's a wonderful idea, isn't it? I remain unwavering. I've seen firsthand just how unfair this world was. There's no such thing as justice. Someone is always wronged. If such a thing were possible, I might agree with you. But as I said before, balance such as this is an impossibility. Please, humor my foolish mortal thoughts. I dare not say I know better than any god or holy being, but I have a right to my opinions. A right to justify my thoughts and feelings. Is that not fair? Besides, what do divine beings know of what it means to be mortal? A world governed by fairness is not possible. Perhaps you, an entity beyond my comprehension, lacks the personal experience to see. The world is full of countless individuals. Each one of them sees things differently. My fucking alarm going off. Each one of them sees things differently. They have different thoughts, different ideals. If you were to ask one person what is fair, then ask another, it's likely we'll get an entirely different interpretation. Consider one man murders another. Jail him for life, and one may deem it unfair he never got the chance of redemption. Or perhaps the person he killed had murdered another close to him. Isn't that fair, an eye for an eye? Maybe you let him go. But is that fair to all those affected by the death? Is that fair to the person who died? In order to have balance, to have a fair world, it must be universally agreed upon what is fair and what is not. It has been some time since I spoke with such a fiery passion. It feels like a part of me that has long since died was suddenly revived. Like I'm actually breathing again. Things aren't that simple down in the material plane, as nice as it would be. In order to do that, you'd have to change the mind of every single sentient being in the world. And I, personally, would think it unfair to decide that for them. I can't abide by the idea of stripping someone of their free will entirely. There is no justice without injustice. There is no progress without conflict. It cannot be good without bad. I choose strength because with power I gain control. Not over others, but over myself. Strength is what can help one overcome injustice. Strength is what has moved me forward through my life. Strength is what has protected me and protected others. Strength in any form is not a myth. Physical, magical, emotional, mental. I know firsthand how power corrupts. I've seen it in my own home and I've seen it in myself. I've taken the time to learn from this. I've been powerless before and I'm powerless now. And there is nothing in this world that feels worse than losing that. But some people abuse their power. They force the weak to do their bidding or harm others for the hell of it. But strength can also give someone the power to fight back against their oppressors. Some people believe themselves just in harming others. Their followers may find it unfair to strike them down, but I would find it unfair to let said tyrants continue. There's no balance to strike. It's merely a battle of those whose will is strong enough to persist. That is my answer. I do not think I could waver on this. My apologies if you have a differing interpretation, but if you do, I think that only furthers my point. It is room to argue, it seems, a debate between mortal and divine, and I've chosen to argue for the material. I wonder if any of this has a point, or I'm merely a way for this thing to pass the time. If the latter, I'd be pissed off. That's for certain. We see. Thine existence in the state thou normally reside upon is fundamentally opposed to ours. We cannot say as truth, as we have experienced every perspective, that one of the many infinitely complex lives that each one feels. Okay. That would have been distracting to my reading. We cannot say as truth that we have experienced every perspective, that one of the many infinitely complex lives that each of everyone feels. But we do let our words ring in truth and let them fall upon emptiness. A balance can be found. We know this to be true, and we want every of thy people to experience this balance. For as long as thy people may have generations to grow. It seems like there's no choice being offered here. We're both stubborn to a fault. Balance is incorruptible. Balance is unfaltering. If all the fundamentals of this existence must shift for these words to be forever true, then we will move the very cosmos for thine own perfected existence. If your convictions are as unbreakable as you insist, then our paths ones that must fork and deviate. I speak to you this, however. Your perspective is one we must consider. Even if thine own will and ours oppose each other, as above opposes below, your will does not fall upon ourselves silently. It speaks of a life lived through the agony and strife, and we wish for that never to happen again. Dost thou hold any words for us before we must move upon the paths that spread ahead of us? I consider. It seems as if this path simply wasn't meant for me. This talk of balance for someone like myself sounds impossible. I'm no optimist. I never have been. Such a concept is far too idealistic for me to properly indulge in, and yet I hesitate briefly. Not because my belief is wavering, because I fear this may be a decision I regret. So often has I found myself changing to suit the needs of others. Here, I have been honest. But I wonder if that'll cost me. I have a few questions if you don't mind, since we're here. I'd like to ask them if there's a chance we'll never cross paths again. We will consider. The stars around me, ever so slightly, blink. Small bursts of light expanding and contracting. I can understand the meaning of this, but it suddenly stops as it speaks again. We have discussed. We may not answer much, but we will consider your deep dislike of vague words and lost opportunities. Think deeply of what thou may ask us, as what may constitute as an answer to you may differ for us. Thank you. There are countless questions I could ask. Naturally, there are many flowing through my mind at this very moment. However, I narrow it down to just a few, the ones I think matter most. Firstly, you say that this balance is possible. Do you have any proof of concept, or are you speaking in hypotheticals? There is an innate imbalance in this world. The very fabric that makes it skews power in unfair and unbalanced ways in every possible direction. However, by the very nature that this power can be displaced means that what we wish to balance is possible. It is the nature of this world. Through art adept with magic, arcane and divine alike, hast thou ever considered what happens to the innate magic after you loose a spell from your fingertips? My studies have told me the answer, but I must acknowledge there could always be things I don't know. I have. Would you care to enlighten me? The arcane power loosened from you is not simply spent. It ripples out indefinitely across the great waves of magic, much the same as a singular raindrop of water being placed into a grand and beautiful ocean. Even such a casting of a spell completely negative to magic does not simply destroy it. It can only move out of its own path. Therefore, if one could find a way to quell these shifting magical tides and make the sea stagnant and balanced evenly, this world would be perfect, and no one mortal would be more powerful than another, an even field for all. Dost thou understand? Hypothetically, yes. Either making everyone's ability with magic equal or erasing magic entirely. Those were the solutions I could see fitting this description. But that doesn't mean there still wouldn't be an imbalance of power. Things such as physical strength, use of weaponry, swords, guns, spears, or such thing as economical strength as well, the rich taking from the poor. It seems to only solve one small portion of the issue. And how would one accomplish such a thing without immense power? Anyone who would be able to do such a thing would have an abundance of it. It would be godlike. A goal like this seems impossible without that level of power. Strength seems to be a requirement for the balance they speak of. Perhaps I have a bad habit of doubling down, but I stand by my choice to be the correct one. It seems that the difference between you and we is what we wish with our finality. You see, power is only a goal to reach, the apex of your achievement, to let your will be in force. To us, power is simply the tool we wish to use to enact balance. It is the difference between you and us. Is balance not your will? Is that what you were attempting to enforce? We benefit not from balancing the world. After enacting what is ideal for your lives to flourish, we will hold no need for such power. It will simply be displaced, with or without us. And who is to stop someone from causing imbalance yet again? If you can enact this balance upon the world, who would be there to ensure it stayed balanced? If there's a will, there's a way. It doesn't matter how impossible you think it is that something like that could happen. The idea of balance in itself seems impossible to me. But you may prove me wrong. Just as this world may prove you wrong. I find myself oddly passionate about this conversation. I suppose I have been for a while. How long has it been since I even had the will to argue, to debate? And who let this decide this was ideal? That this was correct? You? How pretentious. Forcing your will onto another. There's no way the world would be satisfied with such an outcome. Oh, there's no way this world would be satisfied with such an outcome. You'll have some supporters, sure. Even I support the idea of a utopia, but it's only an idea, a concept. There are plenty of people in this world who would actively fight against such a thing. I can name several. We do not expect perfection. There will never be such a thing. It is impossible without removing the great will of the people who wish to help. But what a great balancing does is provide for the people. But what a great balancing does provide for the people is place far more balance, probably far more control in their hands. I hate the way this thing fucking talks. There will be no rulers that have godlike gifts from birth, no immortal gods who can act their will through all time, and no ancient monsters who exist only to enact catastrophe upon this beautiful world. If all is brought to the same level, then power holds no power, and will be held in the palms of the many, not the few. So you are after a world without magic, I mumble softly to myself. I'm certain perceives my words. Raising my voice yet again, I continue to argue my point. Magic that heals, protects, and enlightens, gods that guide, support, and give faith to those in needs. The world is based upon this magic. It's used everywhere, in our cities, homes, items. Magic is a source of progression. I find myself angry that he would even think to accept such a thing. Even think that I would accept such a thing. To remove it would plunge this world into a dark age. It'd be to remove so much of what we've learned over time, to make the lives of so many people meaningless. What would be of the clerics who would have no choice but to abandon their faith? The despair that would come without the guidance or support of the god they worship? What about the wizards who have dedicated their entire lives to studying the weave and learning to harness it? It would strip away all meaning from them. It would take away their purpose. I find myself getting emotional, a twisting in my chest, a sickness in my gut, a numbness in my arm. You know how painful it is to have something like that stripped from you? To have everything you have ever worked for tossed aside. To do that to an entire world of people. I find it cruel. And we find you naive. How unfortunate. We bid you farewell, friend. Persona music is not for right now. Neither is this. You know, actually, that was peak. Bid you farewell, friend. I almost ask it to wait. A final question itching the back of my throat. Will I regret this decision? But I don't ask. I don't speak. I made my choice. There would be no good in doubting myself again. The stars in this expanse shift again, pulling back rapidly and leaving nothing but a deep black void in its wake. I feel as if I'm falling, the tug of gravity pulling me further and further down into this abyss, and suddenly I find myself on the ground. When did I get here? This small oasis in front of me was not here before. I had aches, and I lift to rub at it. So natural emotion, it takes me a second to process. I'm doing it with my left hand. I feel this sense washing past me, like standing knee-deep in a rushing river. My thoughts are muddled and warped as I stare at the starry sky, my headache worsening for a brief moment. The sky seems much more lustrous, full. The twinkling stars that once made the constellations I was so familiar with look alien, and I can't find a single one that I can properly identify. There's a pressure in my head as I try to hold on to the conversation I just had. Damn it. Now that I'm in my body again, I can feel it. Now that I'm in my body, I can feel it again. The truest feeling I've ever felt, one that reverberates through my entire being, causing me to shake. Rage. The audacity of this entity causes me a rage like I haven't felt in years, acting so high and mighty as if it knows best. The counter-arguments that could have been all suddenly rushed to my mind. No people with godlike powers from birth. And what about those born to money and privilege, the sons of children of kings and noblemen, those born with natural abilities that people can only dream of having? Magic is not the issue here, it's the nature of life. It's idiotic to think the erasure of the weave would give anyone the ability to choose their own path. That magic is the problem. It's systematic. It's in our blood. It's just how people are. To simplify such a complex issue to that extent makes me so viscerally upset I find myself yelling into the desert night, pounding my left fist against the ground. To give it back like this, acting so damn charitable like isn't going to take everything else away from me. Away from everyone. It makes me sick. So much so that, despite the inconvenience it may cause me, I go for a blade and a cloth. I don't take handouts. I don't need this thing's pity. I tie the cloth as tight as I can around the top half of my arm, and I bring the blade to my skin. I suppose I fancy myself a martyr. And that's it. I wrote the narration and all of Lin's dialogue, and my DM wrote the being's dialogue, which is why they're so starkly different. I love this man. He's kind of cool and based. That's my boy. That's my boy that understands that the world is just built to be unfair. Anyway, I appreciate you guys joining me for fucking 5 hours of D&D campaign drama. It's fucking crazy. Well, like, what the fuck? I'm gonna post this into Lurfcord so people can see it without context. And with that, I'm gonna end stream. It was very informative and, as mentioned, oddly therapeutic to listen to. I'm glad. It's always therapeutic for me to tell this story. It's fucking crazy. I'm sure there's like more details that I forgot to bring up, but I think I covered all the big points. So that it's 9 a.m. and I should get sleep.